Chapter 3250. Die, fugitives! The sunbird was far more domineering and merciless than anyone could have imagined. Under the blazing golden light, those fleeing demonic beasts were completely melted in an instant. What's the point? If you want to fight, how about one-on-one? They won't be able to help you. Ling Xiao looked at the sunbird. Shut up, human! By this point, the sunbird hated Ling Xiao to the bone. It had been the overlord of the Sun Sea for many years, and no human had ever dared to challenge it. But Ling Xiao was here. Furthermore, this human had an aura that even the sunbird feared. It was an aura that only the king of beast gods from the Black Tortoise continent could possess. The sunbird was very irritated and wanted to kill this human as quickly as possible. And yet, a horde of 100,000 demonlings was completely powerless against this human. The sunbird grew even more restless. Shut up, huh? Seems like there's no room for negotiation. Fine, let's fight. Ling Xiao wasn't in the mood to kill demonlings who posed no threat to him. He spread the wings on his back, broke through the air, and flew towards the sunbird. Whether it was fighting on the ground or in the air, he wasn't afraid of this opponent. With the sword light steps and the body of cosmic light, he moved with terrifying speed. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of the sunbird, completely evading the demonlings. Ever since he had broken through to the third stratum of the life-seizing level, he was 10 times as fast as before. The sunbird could never have guessed that Ling Xiao would be so fast. However, it was still a demonling in the 5th stratum of the life-seizing level. As it faced Ling Xiao, its body erupted with dazzling golden light, which transformed into a blazing shield. Ling Xiao pulled out the revered ice sword and stabbed it forward. In order to increase his speed, he didn't use any martial techniques. Even so, his ordinary attack was equivalent to a medium general realm martial arts technique at the advanced level. Combined with the revered ice sword, he had reached the great circle of a mid-general class martial technique. Swish! The terrifying sword tore through the scorching space and stabbed directly into the sunbird's protective membrane. Break! With a furious roar, the ice supreme sword released an eerie cold air that froze a part of the protective barrier. In an instant, cracks appeared on the barrier. What? The sunbird was shocked to see that its defense was in danger. Its defense had once been flawless against the strongest expert of the Sword Dynasty, Dugabajian. Dugabajian spent 2 hours, but was still unable to break through its defense. After that, he never came to the Sun Ocean again. But what was going on with this young man? Why was his attack so terrifying? Moreover, it was just an ordinary sword strike. Boom! The sunbird was sent flying. Or rather, it had deliberately retreated on its own accord. Because he realized that the defensive barrier could not withstand Ling Xiao's attack, he was prepared to retreat in order to advance. The moment it retreated, the golden light on the sunbird's body became even more intense. It let out a loud and clear cry. The dignity of the Sun Emperor is inviolable. No matter who you are, you must die. Wrapped in terrifying power, the sunbird no longer retreated, but took the initiative to attack. Demonic beasts were demonic beasts, after all. They were born with superior physical conditions compared to humans. Of course, that was only relative to ordinary people. Ling Xiao possessed the king-tier divine body of the Black Tortoise and had many defensive skills. How could he possibly fear a mere demonling? 5 Ghosts' secret magic. Rock Devil. The Rock Devil appeared, but the sunbird smashed it with its claws. Because of that, the sunbird's attack power was significantly reduced. Ling Xiao stabbed out with his sword, forcing the sunbird to retreat again. The surrounding demonlings didn't move, and simply watched the terrifying battle play out. The fact that 2 5th Division life-seizers were fighting each other was simply too shocking for their beastly hearts to handle. Not bad, Yang Qi thought. You live up to your reputation as a 5th division life-sizer. Looks like you're a lot stronger than that devil dragon puppet. But if you want to kill me, you won't be able to do it so easily. A look of disdain appeared on Ling Xiao's face. The sunbird had transformed into a monster that was more than 10 meters tall, and Yang Qi himself was only about 180 centimeters tall. In comparison, for him to block the sunbird's attack was like a mantis blocking a horse carriage. That kind of feeling was extremely frightening. Because of that, both the sunbird and the other demonlings realized how terrifying Ling Xiao was. The sunbird was furious. Gradually, its body began to change. It turned into a young man in a golden robe. He had a full head of golden hair, and even his eyes were golden. You transformed into a human to fight, Ling Xiao said, frowning. As far as he knew, demonlings who transformed into human form would have their fighting prowess greatly reduced. What was this sunbird doing? Was there something wrong with its head? You must be confused, the sunbird said. Why am I in human form? Well, you'll find out soon enough. Staring coldly at Ling Xiao, the sunbird continued, You're the first human to force me to use my human form. From the sound of it, it seemed that in human form, not only would its fighting prowess not decrease, it would actually increase. Ling Xiao didn't quite understand, but he was still on guard. Whoosh! All of a sudden, the golden-robed young man pounced on Ling Xiao. In an instant, he caught up with Ling Xiao's sword light steps and cosmic light body. A movement technique. Ling Xiao had his Tai Chi eye open, so he immediately understood what was going on. After the sunbird transformed into human form, not only did it maintain the tough body of a demonling, but it also learned how to use martial arts. It was no wonder that its speed would soar, but at this moment, he didn't have time to think. He hurriedly used sword light steps to dodge and brandished the Ice Supreme Sword to block the opponent's attack. In terms of speed, he no longer had an advantage, so he could only fight head-on. Solar Fist! The golden-robed young man roared and suddenly threw a punch at Ling Xiao. The glaring golden light made it impossible for Ling Xiao to see anything clearly, and the most terrifying thing was that the Solar Fist not only had this special ability, but it could also attack with blazing heat. Ling Xiao had no choice but to put away the Ice Supreme Sword. Vajra Ape, Invincible Vajra. Since he couldn't see his opponent clearly, he could only rely on his invincible Vajra to take the blow. Ling Xiao was sent flying backward, where he slammed into the ground, creating a huge crater. Bam! Before the golden-robed young man could follow up with another attack, a rumbling sound could be heard from the crater. Ling Xiao had been sent flying out of the crater. Blood oozed out of the corners of his mouth, but an excited smile could be seen on his face. Ever since he had reached the 3rd division of life-seizing, very few people in the Sword Dynasty had been able to increase his cultivation base. Although the blow he had just taken had only increased his cultivation base by 10%, it was still enough. All he needed to do was move. That meant that the sunbird had been of great help to his cultivation base. Chapter 32:51. Interesting. I never would have guessed that demonlings in human form would be so strong. This is going to be fun. Ling Xiao looked at the golden young man in front of him with incomparable excitement. Are you stupid? You won't be so happy soon, puny human. The golden young man looked coldly at Ling Xiao, then once again charged at Ling Xiao. Once again, he used the Solar Fist. However, the same move was naturally meaningless in front of Ling Xiao. One man and one beast fought fiercely in midair. They fought back and forth, and the situation of the battle was extremely intense. They fought to the point the heavens and the earth were practically cast into darkness, and the sun and moon were cast into a shadow. Ling Xiao felt a bit lucky. If he hadn't broken through to the third stratum of the life-seizing level, he probably wouldn't have been able to stand up to this golden young man. If that had happened, he would have had to trouble Little Gold to fight. Unfortunately, Little Gold's fighting prowess was only on par with the golden young man's. Even if he didn't lose, it wouldn't be easy for him to win. In the end, both sides would be seriously injured. Golden Dragon Seal. Although it was fun to keep fighting, Ling Xiao knew that if things went on like this, he wouldn't be able to defeat his opponent. He didn't want to waste any more time here. Therefore, he decided to use his most powerful move, the Golden Dragon roared, and in the blink of an eye, it was directly in front of the golden young man. As soon as the Golden Dragon Seal appeared, the golden young man began to panic. The battle had been evenly matched, but now the balance was tipping. However, the golden young man's panic wasn't enough to completely defeat him. Apparently, he hadn't used all of his power yet. Light of extermination. The golden young man roared. Suddenly, a dazzling beam of golden light shot out from his forehead. The destructive power of the light was so terrifying that it seemed even more terrifying than the Golden Dragon Seal. Ruyuumble, the light of extermination, and the Golden Dragon Seal slammed into each other. After a moment of deadlock, the Golden Dragon Seal finally collapsed. However, the light of extermination hadn't completely disappeared. Instead, it focused on Ling Xiao, leaving a wound on Ling Xiao's body. Good heavens! Although this injury is nothing serious, I'm afraid this light of extinction is equivalent to a high-level general realm martial technique at the consummation level. My Golden Dragon Seal is only at the mastery level. Ling Xiao touched the charred wound. This guy's light of extinction was really similar to Xiao Jin's 9 Nether Yellow Springs Golden Light. Although it was much weaker, its power was definitely not to be underestimated. At this moment, Ling Xiao no longer dared to underestimate this golden youth. However, just because he didn't dare to underestimate them didn't mean he was afraid. After all, the golden boy was a demonling in human form. Although he was a 5th stratum demonling, he wasn't as intelligent as a human. Even the light of extinction was unable to take down Ling Xiao. This caused his originally strong confidence to be damaged, and he finally began to feel some fear. Die, human! His voice suddenly became hoarse. It actually transformed back into the form of a sunbird. Golden light continued to gather around his body. Ling Xiao could tell that the golden light was the same as the golden light of extinction that the golden youth had used before. However, it was much stronger in terms of both scale and power. Most likely, it was close to the level of a high-level general-class martial technique. Boss, let me deal with this golden light. It seems to taste pretty good. Xiao Jin seemed eager to try it out. You might be able to consume light and heat, but this thing is too strong. Even if you do, you'll still get hurt. Let me help you weaken it first. Ling Xiao chuckled. But boss, Xiao Jin said, you just want to use this light of extinction to improve your cultivation base, right? After spending so much time with Ling Xiao, Xiao Jin naturally understood what Ling Xiao was really thinking. So you figured it out? Don't worry. The golden light of extinction is yours. Although it's not as strong as the 9 Nether Yellow Springs Golden Light, it's not weak either. Most importantly, it has more. Your 9 Nether Yellow Springs Golden Light isn't even strong enough to deal with an expert. As he spoke, Ling Xiao began to prepare his attack. It was the same Golden Dragon Seal, but this time it was in the Great Circle. After fighting the Golden Youth, the Golden Dragon Seal had reached a higher level. It just so happened that it came in handy. The golden light of extinction continued to condense on the sunbird's body. The air was filled with a terrifying pressure. This pressure made the monsters in the surroundings begin to flee. They could feel the horror of the golden light most directly. They knew that if they stayed here, they would probably die. Ling Xiao naturally had this feeling as well, but he was not afraid at all. Boom! Finally, the golden light gushed out from the sunbird's body. It turned into a blazing sun in the void. The golden sun radiated light in all directions. A terrifying power was brewing in the blazing sun. Is this the full version of the golden light of extinction? It's so strong. But my golden dragon seal isn't weak either. Ling Xiao sneered and released his golden dragon seal at the same time. The golden dragon soared into the sky, full of the majesty of a divine beast. Half the sky was dyed golden. The monsters were even more terrified. They could understand that the Sun Emperor had such a powerful attack, but they could not understand why a human could have such a powerful attack. Regardless of whether or not they understood, the terrifying golden dragon and the blazing sun had already collided. Both were golden, and both were incomparably hot. Both were incredibly powerful. As of this moment, the entire sun sea was much brighter than before. A huge mushroom cloud rose up from the island, causing the martial artists in the distance to tremble in fear. I wonder which lunatic provoked the sunbird. Is he looking to die? Humph! There are always people in this world who don't know what's good for them. Considering the battle prowess of that sunbird, even a sixth stratum life-sizer would have to be careful. It's good that he's dead. At least we'll have one less competitor when it comes to fighting for the God Devil medallions. No one wanted to see what was happening in Sun City. Everyone knew that the sunbird had a bad temper. It was better to just stay on the island and wait for the tea party of gods and devils to begin. Meanwhile, back on Sun Island, the golden dragon and the blazing sun were fighting each other. Moments ago, they had been evenly matched. But now, little Gold couldn't hold back any longer. He flew out of the spirit beast ring, opened his mouth, and sucked in all of the golden light. It wasn't just the golden light of extinction, but also the golden dragon seal. A moment later, the sky was clear again. The sunbird was completely flabbergasted. Not only had his most powerful attack failed to kill that human, it had actually been devoured by a bird that looked very much like him. What exactly was going on? The sunbird couldn't wrap its head around what was happening. As for the fleeing demonlings, they were so frightened that they didn't dare to move. What had just happened was simply too shocking. Chapter 32:52. As one of the combatants, the sunbird was the most shocked of all. In that moment, it was completely flabbergasted. It was this momentary daze that gave Ling Xiao an opportunity. Flying up into the air, he stabbed out with the revered ice sword, sending the Ghost King Hegemon sword stabbing into the sunbird's throat. At this point in the battle, Ling Xiao wasn't going to take pity on a demonling. At the beginning, he probably wouldn't have tried to kill the sunbird. But the two of them had been locked in a deadly battle for most of the day. If he didn't kill the sunbird, would he just be waiting to be killed? Unfortunately, the sunbird had a tenacious life force. Despite having its throat pierced by the revered ice sword, it didn't die. Pulling its neck out of the sword, it turned and fled. Unfortunately for it, Ling Xiao wasn't going to give it that chance. Ice Frost WIRM Beast Soul, Frigid Ice Dragon Breath. In midair, Ling Xiao opened his mouth and spat out a dense ice dragon breath. Although it couldn't freeze the sunbird, it instantly slowed down the sunbird's speed. Bloodthirsty Plague. Ling Xiao didn't feel at ease, so he unleashed another divine ability, the Bloodthirsty Plague. As his cultivation base increased, the power of the Bloodthirsty Plague increased. Even powerful demonlings in the 5th stratum of the life-seizing level were terrified by the Bloodthirsty Plague. They were already injured, and the Bloodthirsty Plague was causing their fighting prowess to drop. By this point, Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to bully opponents who couldn't get his blood pumping. He gave orders to Little Gold. Of course, Little Gold didn't hold back. Instead, it leapt forward, its sharp claws tearing into the sunbird's body. Blood and feathers rained down from the sky. After killing the sunbird, Little Gold retrieved the demonling's core and swallowed it. Flying back into the beast ring, it said, "Boss, I'm afraid nobody in the Sword Dynasty is a match for you. I need to go work on my cultivation. The primeval god, Necropolis, is the key. Are you okay with that?" Of course not. Ling Xiao nodded. After all, the only person in the Sword Dynasty who could pose a threat to him was Dugu Kanjing. However, even if it was Dugu Kanjing with his current strength, there was no need for him to fear him. He was merely unable to defeat him for the time being. At this moment, countless demonic beasts were crawling around Ling Xiao. Although the sunbird was killed by Xiao Jin, it was defeated by Ling Xiao. Therefore, in the hearts of these demon beasts, Ling Xiao was naturally the strongest existence. They had once regarded the sunbird as the emperor of the sun. Now that the sunbird had been killed, they were naturally willing to submit to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao naturally would not let go of such a powerful force. Now that he wanted to unify the Sword Dynasty, he needed a lot of combat power. These demonic beasts would definitely be of great help. All right, all of you go and cultivate. When I need you, I'll naturally come and find you. He waved his hand, indicating for the demonic beasts to leave, while he entered the Sun City ruins alone. His goal for coming here was to enter the ruins, but since the sunbird insisted on fighting him to the death, he had no choice but to fight. After killing the sunbird, no one would come and disturb him, right? After activating his Taiji, Ling Xiao scanned his surroundings, including the underground. There were no ruins underground. It seemed like the Sun City had really sunk to the bottom of the sea, or perhaps it had been completely destroyed. However, although he did not find any ruins, Ling Xiao could not help but pay attention to the sun sculpture. The reason he paid attention to it was because his Taiji eye was actually unable to see through the sun sculpture. Furthermore, the other buildings had been destroyed, but the sun sculpture still existed here. It had not been destroyed by the sunbird, so there had to be some secret. He approached the sun sculpture, and indeed discovered that there were special inscriptions on the sculpture. Furthermore, the inscriptions were very tightly integrated. This is completely a work of art. No wonder it has stood tall for thousands of years. What exactly is this thing for, Master? Ling Xiao still lacked some knowledge after all. Most importantly, he was still too young. However, there was nothing to be afraid of with a Yuan venerate around. It should be a martial technique library, a place similar to a library. The Yuan venerate answered, "Martial technique library? Library? But this thing is not considered big. How many things can it hide?" Ling Xiao asked, "Have you forgotten about the small realm? There should be a small realm inside this sun sculpture. The number of martial techniques stored inside is probably not much less than the Sacred Sword Hall." The Yuan venerate chuckled. "That's right. Master, do you have a way to open it?" "Of course. Who am I? I am the most powerful array formation master in the entire mystic realm. Although the Yuan venerate's strength could not be compared to his past self, he was very confident when it came to array formations. There was no array formation in this world that he could not break. "Then I'll have to trouble you, Master." Ling Xiao smiled and released the Yuan venerate's spiritual body while he wandered around nearby to see if there was anything else. After wandering around for a while, he actually found the place where the sunbird had hidden its treasures. The treasures hidden, there were at least hundreds of millions of spirit stones. Furthermore, most of them were middle-grade spirit stones. Ling Xiao really needed money if he wanted to unify the Sword Dynasty or even the Nine Supremes. Spirit stones were not only a universal currency, but they were also crucial for cultivation, array formation, and alchemy. Naturally, he would not miss out on these things. He directly put them away in the Mountain River realm, as the capacity of his storage ring was not big enough to hold them all. By the time he put these treasures away, the Yuan Venerate had already deciphered the martial technique library of the Sun City. Ling Xiao could not wait to open the martial technique library. Indeed, as the Yuan Venerate had said, there was a small realm inside. The martial technique library could be described as a massive volume. However, after using his Taiji eye to check, he found that most of the martial techniques here were below the high-level general level. These things could be used to enrich the martial technique library of the Heavenly Dynasty Empire in the future. Ling Xiao put all of them away in the Mountain River realm. However, there was one martial technique that he had kept for himself. Although it was called a martial technique, it was actually a piece of memory metal. There were no words on it. This thing required one to have a strong comprehension ability to comprehend the martial technique within. However, according to the Yuan Venerate, this kind of memory metal usually sealed peak general level martial techniques. A peak general level martial technique that was even more powerful than a high-level general level martial technique, like the Golden Dragon Mark. What exactly will it be? Ling Xiao was looking forward to it. Then he took the memory metal and sat down beside the sun sculpture to comprehend it. There were still 2 days before the Divine Demon Tea Party, so he was not in a hurry. He just needed to comprehend this martial technique in these 2 days. Then his strength would increase by another level. After all, a peak general level martial technique was much more powerful than a high-level general level martial technique. Even if it was only at the small success stage, its power was comparable to a high-level general level martial technique at the great perfection stage. He did not have to worry about being disturbed here, as he had already become the new Sun Emperor, the Sun Emperor that was feared and obeyed by those demonic beasts. Chapter 3253. Time passed the easiest when comprehending martial arts. Ling Xiao's comprehension ability was extremely high to begin with. With the existence of the Tai Chi Eye, he could comprehend almost all the martial arts in the world. Although the things in this memory metal were brilliant, they were only peak general level martial arts. Naturally, there was no exception. About an hour later, Ling Xiao's eyes suddenly opened. There seemed to be a figure flashing in those eyes. Ling Xiao's eyes did not move, but his mind kept replaying the movements of that figure. Over and over again, the cycle repeated. Ling Xiao read it once and had basically memorized it all. The second time, he had already comprehended the essence of this set of martial arts. On the third time, he finally comprehended it. Annihilation Divine Sword. This was the martial arts technique that Ling Xiao had comprehended. Presumably, the Sunbird's Annihilation Divine Light should have been influenced by this sun sculpture. Although the martial arts techniques were different, the source of comprehension was the same. However, Ling Xiao's comprehension ability was higher. In addition, he had directly come into contact with the memory metal, so the sword technique he comprehended was a level higher than the Sunbird's. Of course, comprehension was only the beginning. After comprehending it successfully, he still needed to cultivate and verify it. He needed to continue perfecting the Annihilation Divine Sword in actual combat. He closed his eyes again. A space was opened up in the Mountain River world. His primordial spirit flew in and began to hone his sword technique. As the Annihilation Divine Sword was used, the entire space became incomparably hot, and not a single blade of grass grew. The originally ordinary environment seemed to have turned into the surface of the sun. Terrifying heat continued to seep out from the ground, and the solar storm blew wildly. This was even more terrifying than hell. The soil under his feet was almost all boiling magma, but the temperature of the magma was even higher than the scorching hell. Any creature that was born here would die in an instant. Annihilation Divine Sword, as expected of the Annihilation Divine Sword. This was a terrifying sword technique that could annihilate everything. Coupled with the Annihilation Sword intent, it was simply terrifying. It's about time. Ling Xiao opened his eyes again. The training in the mountain river world was just an illusion after all. He soared into the air and found a deserted island in the Sun Sea. The scenery on the island was beautiful. There were plants everywhere, but there were very few demonic beasts. There were no humans at all. Listen to my command. All demonic beasts, retreat from this island. At his command, the few demonic beasts on the island fled and migrated to other islands. Ling Xiao then took out the Sky Demon Sword. Taking a deep breath, the sword in Zhang Xian's mind flickered, and the sword in his hand glowed brightly. Then he stabbed down with his sword. At that moment, the light of extermination flickered. The huge sword shadow fell directly onto the deserted island. When the smoke and dust had completely dissipated, Ling Xiao was shocked. All the demonic beasts were trembling. They saw that the barren island that was originally full of life had turned into hell. Although the island was not destroyed, all the vegetation on the island had died. Boiling lava was constantly spewing out from the ground. The entire island was like a land of extinction. So, this is the Annihilation Sword. The power was actually so terrifying, and this was only at the small success level. Annihilate everything, destroy everything. Such a tyrannical sword technique. I wonder how strong the warriors of Sun City were in the past. Ling Xiao was extremely emotional. Under the sword, all life was completely wiped out and replaced by a terrifying land that was like the surface of the sun. It was absolutely impossible for any living creature to survive there. Even the fire element would be torn apart by this terrifying destructive sword intent. A peak-level general realm martial arts technique is indeed powerful. And if I'm not wrong, if I use this Annihilation Sword in my hands, combined with the destructive sword intent and the power of the powerful heavenly fire, it's probably close to the power of a beginner king realm martial arts technique. Ling Xiao was secretly delighted. Fortunately, he had come to this place out of boredom. Otherwise, how could he have obtained such a divine skill? Although the Golden Dragon Seal was powerful, it was only an advanced general realm martial arts technique. Now that he had failed to obtain the 9 Supremacy Sword technique, for Ling Xiao, the Annihilation Sword had become his most powerful martial arts technique in the Archean Divine Tomb. In the near future, the tea of fiend gods and demons was about to begin, and he had to compete for the Fiend Gods token. The Annihilation Sword could also greatly increase his combat power and create opportunities for him to obtain the Fiend Gods token. After all, he would not only have to face Dugu Kanjing and Murong Qi at the Tea of Fiend Gods and Demons, but also experts from other forces. Dugu Kanjing, your attempt to kill me and Xiao Jin outside Sword God City failed. That was your biggest failure. Now that I've obtained the Annihilation Sword, I'm not inferior to you in terms of martial arts techniques. Can you still kill me? Ling Xiao sneered. When Dugu Kanjing used the Golden Dragon Seal to kill Xiangshan, Ling Xiao thought that the Golden Dragon Seal was the most powerful martial arts technique in the Sword Dynasty. Therefore, after obtaining the Golden Dragon Seal from eunuch Gao, he hurriedly cultivated it. But today, he saw that the Annihilation Sword was much more powerful than the Golden Dragon Seal. It could definitely become one of his trump cards. There's still time. Continue to cultivate. Since Ling Xiao had obtained the Annihilation Sword, he wanted to cultivate it to become even more powerful. Therefore, in the next 2 days, he almost traversed the entire Sun Ocean and used those demonic beasts that dared to disobey him to practice his sword. The Annihilation Sword's power became even more ferocious as it was upgraded from the initial stage to the phenomenal stage. Little Gold was still cultivating. Clearly, the power of the Sunbird wasn't the least bit inferior to that of the artificial sun. Ling Xiao estimated that by the end of this cultivation session, Little Gold would be a 6-stage, 1-star life-sizer. At that time, he would be able to go to the primeval god Necropolis to help him even more. And once Little Gold broke through, Dugu Kanjing wouldn't be able to do anything. Therefore, Ling Xiao would definitely not disturb Xiao Jin if he could. Otherwise, it would be a waste of the Sunbird's demonic beast core. An hour before the Tea of Gods and Devils, Ling Xiao headed toward the island where the tea party would be held. Master, I'm not the only beast god on the Black Tortoise Continent, right? Ling Xiao asked curiously. After his recent cultivation session, he understood how powerful beast god martial artists were. Right now, he only had the Sun God Beast Soul, the Ox God Beast Soul, and the incomplete You God Beast Soul. That didn't rule out the possibility that other martial artists had the souls of other beast gods. After all, the Black Tortoise Continent was huge, and there were many geniuses. Indeed, you're not the only one. In fact, when I passed by the Black Tortoise Continent, I encountered beast god martial artists. However, there are only 12 beast god souls in total, so the number of beast god martial artists is naturally not many. The Yuan venerate thought for a moment before saying, your top priority now is to explore the potential of the beast god soul and search for other beast god souls. This will not only reduce the number of competitors, but also make you stronger. There shouldn't be any beast god souls in the Western region. If there were, I should be able to sense them. However, the You God Beast Soul has been very active recently, so I suspect that its remnant soul might be in the primeval god Necropolis. Chapter 3254. Your judgment should be correct. It is said that beast god martialists can sense the existence of other beast god souls, unless the beast god soul has already been obtained by another martialist. This should be correct, and it will be of great help to you in searching for other beast god souls in the future. The Yuan venerate nodded. It seems like you have to go to the immemorial divine tomb this time. The undying soul represents the time nomological laws of the Black Tortoise Continent. If you obtain the complete undying soul, I'm afraid you will have a more terrifying ability than life reversal. However, I feel that the remnant soul of the undying soul is only a part. It's not complete. Ling Xiao sighed. Don't be greedy. It's already very difficult to obtain the Sun God Beast Soul and the Ox God Beast Soul. You have to know that very few people in this world have been able to obtain them. The Yuan venerate smiled bitterly. What's the matter? Let's take it step by step. I suspect that the reason the undying soul is incomplete is very likely because it is too powerful and has been deliberately divided into many parts. What kind of person would have such a terrifying ability that even the undying soul is no match for him? Ling Xiao asked in surprise. You are wrong. The undying soul is considered a top martialist in the Black Tortoise Continent, second only to the Sun God. However, don't forget that the Black Tortoise Continent isn't the only continent in the mystic world. I have been to the Black Tortoise Continent before, so I can't rule out the possibility that martialists from other continents have also come to the Black Tortoise Continent. The Yuan venerate reminded him. Therefore, even if you obtain all the beast god souls, you must not be arrogant. Your greatest reliance is still the terrifying tyrannical sky martial soul. That is your foundation. The tyrannical sky martial soul is the most powerful martial soul in any continent in the mystic world. I know. Ling Xiao nodded. It's good that you know. Therefore, you should not expose your tyrannical sky martial soul easily. Possessing the beast god soul is enough, for now. In the Black Tortoise continent, the beast god controlled 12 types of divine laws, although they were still affected by the king of sovereigns. However, at least in the Black Tortoise continent, they were really powerful. Even foreign martialists would be affected by their laws if they came here, unless they were so strong that they could ignore the divine laws. I have a general understanding of the laws. It is a kind of rule set by the strong. Within a certain range, everything has to follow this rule. But what exactly are the laws controlled by the 12 beast gods? Ling Xiao asked. I can't answer you, but based on my recent observations, it's very likely that you're in control of the laws of combat. The child god abilities you've awakened include the earth-shaking golden light technique, the bloodthirsty plague, and the bloodthirsty rat demon. All of them are meant for battle. They can make you stronger and your enemies weaker. As for the divine ox beast soul, it hasn't awakened any supernatural powers yet, so I can't tell. As for the you-god beast soul, it's very likely to be the time law. Yuan Venerate analyzed. Law of combat, the laws of time. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. Although these two laws were only effective within the Black Tortoise continent, they were already very powerful. For Ling Xiao, this was definitely a very exciting thing. We've arrived. I'll go and rest first. At that moment, Yuan Venerate's voice rang out again. Ling Xiao looked down and saw that they had indeed arrived at the island from before. Compared to 2 days ago, this place was clearly livelier. Ling Xiao didn't waste any more time. When he landed on the island, he actually discovered that a lively market had been set up temporarily. These people really knew how to do business. They knew that some tea party was going to be held here and brought their business to this place. Smiling, Luo Yunyang was about to head over to the venue when he saw Jian Fulong haggling with someone. He seemed to be in a good mood. Congratulations, Uncle Master. You've finally recovered to the 5th level of the life-seizing realm. Ling Xiao smiled as he walked over to Jian Fulong. Your strength seems to have improved as well. I really don't know how you cultivate. Jian Fulong was originally quite pleased with himself. However, when he saw Ling Xiao, he was immediately discouraged. This kid was simply a monster. Every time they met, he seemed to see his strength improve. Although he hadn't broken through this time, he felt that his combat strength had increased by a lot. I'm fine. However, it seems like many martialists from other factions have come this time. Ling Xiao looked around. That's right. They're all in the 5th level of life-seizing. Even the weakest are in the 4th level. It's a good thing that the god and devil emissaries put some restrictions on them. Otherwise, considering the strength of the other 8, we wouldn't even be able to compete for the god-devil medallion. We might as well admit defeat. Jian Fulong sighed, helplessly. To put it bluntly, the martialists from the other 8 factions who had come to the Tea Party of Gods and Devils were all trash. The truly strong ones had already obtained god-devil medallions from their own factions, so there was no need for them to come to the Tea Party of Gods and Devils. In other words, the people who came here weren't very impressive. Even as they were speaking, they heard a group of people talking nearby. The god and devil emissaries are really something else. Why do they have to hold this tea party of gods and devils? They know that the trash from the Sword Dynasty can't get their hands on it. Why do they have us come all the way here? We might not be the strongest in our own factions, but in the Sword Dynasty, which one of us isn't a top expert? How can this crappy place be called one of the 9 Supremes? It's so cheap. That's right. Any ordinary expert from the 8 Supremes could wipe out the Sword Dynasty with ease. Why don't we try to sit on the emperor's throne and see how comfortable that is? Humph, you talk big. You're all trash from your own factions. You think you can throw your weight around in the Sword Dynasty? Haven't you heard? Mount Mammoth of the Myriad Kingdoms was destroyed by our new emperor. You people are just shooting your mouths off. Don't get yourselves in trouble. Perhaps it was because the words of these people were so offensive that some of the Sword Dynasty cultivators couldn't hold back any longer. Ling Xiao looked over at the person who had just spoken. His cultivation base wasn't weak. He was at the peak of the 3rd level of life seizing. Unfortunately, compared to the cultivators of the other 8 forces, they were truly inferior. Whoa, someone actually dares to talk back to us. I'm Black Snake from the Black Snake sect. What's your name? One of the people who had been mocking the Sword Dynasty stepped forward, looking coldly at the 3rd level life sizer. Xiao Yan from the Sword Dynasty. Black Snake sneered. So, you're a pussy. I never would have guessed. But then again, you people from the Sword Dynasty really don't have any men. I can't believe you let a woman take the lead. What a joke. Black Snake chuckled coldly. Since you want to take the lead, fine. Let's have a little competition. If you can take 3 of my moves, I'll admit that I was talking big. Are you sure? Chapter 3255. Of course I'm sure. To deal with trash like you, 3 moves is already overestimating you. 1 move is enough. Heishi looked at Xiao Yan with ridicule, with a proud look on his face. Sword Dynasty. Other than the new emperor, the rest are all trash. You'll know after we fight. Xiao Yan stood there and drew her sword. She circulated her true essence and prepared to block Black Snake's attack. Looking at your posture, you really don't need 1 move. Black Snake sneered. Without using a weapon, he took a step forward and reached out to grab Xiao Yan's neck. Xiao Yan waved her sword to block. However, Black Snake's hand was like a strange tentacle. It easily bypassed the long sword in Xiao Yan's hand and grabbed Xiao Yan's neck. Then he threw Xiao Yan out. Xiao Yan fell to the ground and vomited blood. She was clearly seriously injured. Trash. 3 moves is indeed overestimating you. You don't even need 1 move. Black Snake sneered. Hearing this and seeing Xiao Yan's appearance, many Sword Dynasty martial artists who were originally unconvinced immediately lowered their heads. What a joke! Was face more important than life? Among the experts of the Sword Dynasty, Xiao Yan's strength should be ranked in the top 20. Just like that, she was easily defeated. She didn't even use a martial technique. What could they do if they went up? They would just make a fool of themselves. However, the cowardice of the Sword Dynasty martial artists made the people from the Mystic Snake Demon sect even more proud. Other than Dugu Kanjing, the rest of the Sword Dynasty are a bunch of good-for-nothings. Black Snake repeated his words again. One of his companions laughed. Black Snake, I didn't expect that people like us who can't stand up in the Mystic Snake Demon sect can actually be in the limelight here. Just how much trash is the Sword Dynasty? Looks like we have the ability to fight for the Fiend God token. Ha ha ha, that's right. Compared to our Mystic Snake Demon sect, the Sword Dynasty martial artists shouldn't have come to the Fiend God tea party. It's simply a disgrace. I really don't know if they have any sense of shame. When Black Snake spoke, he deliberately raised his voice so that everyone here could hear. The Sword Dynasty martial artists were simply dealt a huge blow. They originally thought that since the tea party of the gods and devils was being held in the Sword Dynasty, they might be qualified to compete for the gods and devils token. But the official competition hadn't even started yet, and they were already making a fool of themselves here. It was really stifling in their hearts. Martial Uncle, are you going to do it, or should I? Ling Xiao was also a member of the Sword Dynasty, and so was Jian Fulong. Given his character, he would definitely not be able to take it lying down after being scolded as a piece of trash and being continuously provoked by others. I'll do it. Jian Fulong sneered. This old man has disappeared for over 200 years. To think that this group of grandsons would be so arrogant to this extent. All right then. Ling Xiao nodded. To deal with trash like the black snake, Jian Fulong was more than enough. And now that Jian Fulong was back in the 5th division of life seizing, he could easily crush the black snake. Hee, an old man? The Sword Dynasty has really declined. They actually need the old man to stand up for them. Thinking about it, the new emperor of the Sword Dynasty is also an old man. How boring. The black snake glanced at Jian Fulong, clearly not taking him seriously at all. I say, old man, that kid is with you, right? Don't say, I didn't warn you. You guys should come at me together. If anyone else wants to fight back, they can all attack together. That way, we won't have to waste time at the tea party of gods and devils. The black snake's voice was filled with arrogance and arrogance. You think you have what it takes. Jian Fulong sneered. You haven't even grown out your hair yet. Today, I'll show you what it means to be strong. Are you looking to die, you old bastard? Black Snake was enraged. He extended his body and pounced out like an eagle, aiming for Jian Fulong. His hands were like venomous snakes, stabbing toward Jian Fulong's throat. It was obvious that he hadn't killed Xiao Yan earlier, but now he was trying to kill Jian Fulong. After all, Jian Fulong's attitude had pissed him off. Chuckling coldly, Jian Fulong didn't even bother using his sword. Instead, he reached out with his right hand to block. Bam! Both of them had focused their true energy on their attacks, so they hadn't thought much of it. But when they collided, a huge boom rang out, and a shockwave spread out. Many people dodged out of fear. Black Snake was sent flying by the impact. You keep saying that our Sword Dynasty's martial artists are trash, but I don't think you're anything special, Jian Fulong said in disdain. Old man, you do have some skills, but I didn't use my true strength just now to save you some face. It's not too late to admit defeat now. The Black Snake was shocked, but he refused to admit defeat. Moreover, he was looking forward to Jian Fulong using his full strength. If that was the case, he might have a chance to win. Black Snake, you can't even defeat an old man. Do you want us to help you? The Black Snake demon sect's companions mocked. They knew that the Black Snake had held back his strength and was preparing to unleash his full strength at the tea party of gods and devils. But now, facing this old man, if the Black Snake didn't use his full strength, it would be hard to take him down. Don't worry. He's just an old man with one foot in the grave. The Black Snake laughed coldly. He knew that if he couldn't defeat Jian Fulong today, he would lose all face. Earlier, he had proudly declared that the Sword Dynasty's martial artists were trash. If he lost, wouldn't that mean he was worse than trash? Your mouth stinks. You can go die now. Jian Fulong had planned to play with the Black Snake a bit longer, but the Black Snake's mouth was full of obscenities. Jian Fulong couldn't take it anymore. He leaned forward, appearing in front of the Black Snake in the blink of an eye. Then, he struck the Black Snake's abdomen with his palm. The Black Snake flew back several hundred meters before coming to a stop. However, he couldn't get up. This scene caused the chattering disciples of the Mystic Snake sect to instantly shut their mouths. They had said that the Sword Dynasty was weak, but this strange old man had taught them a harsh lesson. That piece of trash Black Snake can't even defeat a martial artist of the same level. After a long moment, one of them cursed. No, he's not of the same level. This old man is a life-sizer. Let me do it. Another person stepped forward from the Black Snake demon sect. He wasn't very old, only in his early 20s. He was far stronger than the Black Snake. From what Ling Xiao could tell, He was stronger than Mammoth Mountain, although he was weaker than the Sunbird. He was weaker than Dugu Kanjiing. Young Master Silverscale, let me do it. You came to the tea party of gods and devils to have fun. You're different from us. You're a genius and will definitely get stronger in the future. There's no need to squabble with an old man. Another person from the Black Snake Demon Sect said, "Shut up. I said I'll do it. If you don't hear me, cut off your ears. They're useless anyway." Chapter 3256. Are you going to take turns fighting me? Forget it. The tea of gods and devils is about to begin. Why don't we all conserve some energy? Ling Xiao walked out and said to Yin Lin with a smile, "Who are you?" Yin Lin asked, frowning. He was convinced that anyone who dared to step forward at a time like this was no weakling. "Ling Xiao from the Sword Dynasty." Ling Xiao said coolly, "That's Ling Xiao. He's really famous these days." Many of the martial artists from the Sword Dynasty were looking at Ling Xiao with reverence. Obviously, they knew that Ling Xiao had killed Dugu Shengjian and destroyed the devil dragon puppet. "You're a famous guy," Yin Lin said. "Unfortunately, your cultivation base is too weak. I'm not interested in fighting you. You old bastard, come on." Yin Lin seemed to look down on Ling Xiao as he said to Jian Fulong, "If you can beat him, then you can come find me." Jian Fulong chuckled evilly. He had already defeated Black Snake and had vented his anger. There was no need to waste his true energy here. Ling Xiao was different. After all, Ling Xiao had so much true energy that he couldn't possibly use it all up. "You guys kill him," Yin Lin said to the martial artists from the Mystic Snake sect, not even bothering to look at Ling Xiao. "Yes, sir." In addition to Yin Lin and Black Snake, there were 5 other people from the Mystic Snake sect, all of whom were in the 4th stage of life seizing. They were strong, but sadly, Ling Xiao didn't care about them at all. In the face of their attacks, Ling Xiao simply smiled coldly. He didn't even bother to draw his sword or swing his fist. All he did was wave his hand, casually. A terrifying beam of sword light tore through the ground and shot toward the 5 martial artists. A moment later, a meter-wide gash appeared in the ground. Even more terrifying was that the sword energy hit all 5 of them at the same time, sending them flying backward with blood pouring out of their bodies. Shockingly, the wounds were all on their mouths. At this moment, none of them could open their mouths to speak. So strong. Was this young man really a warrior from the Sword Dynasty? He didn't even use a sword. He defeated 5 4th Division Life Seizers with a wave of his hand. There were quite a number of martial artists from the other 8 forces in the temporary market. Although they had all failed in the fight for the god and devil token in their respective forces, there was no doubt that each and every one of them was one of the top experts in the Sword Dynasty. But even so, Ling Xiao's attack still stunned them. Those 5 people's strength were all not weaker than Black Snake, but they were actually defeated so thoroughly. Yin Lin's expression was a little ugly, but he was also a little surprised. Those 5 people were all his subordinates, including Black Snake. Even if it was him, it would be impossible for him to defeat 5 of them at the same time. What was going on with this young man? When did such a terrifying genius appear in the Sword Dynasty? Yin Lin's expression turned ugly. Only now did he understand what was going on. Compared to Jian Fulong, this young man was even more terrifying. "Apologize." Ling Xiao's voice suddenly rang out. "Then you can scram." "Apologize?" In response, Yin Lin's expression changed from one of panic to one of determination. He couldn't apologize. Although his cultivation base was only in the 5th Division of Life Seizing, he had a very high status in the profound Snake sect. How could he possibly apologize to a lowly commoner from the Sword Dynasty? How could he possibly have the face to go back? Therefore, despite his fear, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and endure. He had planted the bitter fruit, and he had to eat it himself. He had put on a show, and he had to see it through, even if he had to cry. You can't apologize. Lin said loudly. However, I have to admit that my subordinates were being unfair. Not everyone in the Sword Dynasty is trash. At the very least, there are a few people who are worthy of respect. If you don't want to apologize, fine. But if you can even touch the hem of my robe, I'll take back my words and let you leave. Ling Xiao chuckled coldly. There was no point in simply defeating them. He wanted them to fall into complete despair. Then they would scram back to the Profound Snake Sect in despair. He already had a feud with the Profound Snake Sect. Now that they dared to insult him, he would settle old and new grudges with them. There was no way he would show them any mercy. You said it yourself. Don't look down on me. Lin felt insulted. Although he knew he wasn't a match for Ling Xiao, he couldn't even touch the hem of his robe. If that wasn't an insult, then what was? Whoosh! Lin's body flickered. A three-headed snake martial soul appeared behind him. After that, his body and his martial soul split apart at the same time, turning into three real figures that approached Ling Xiao from three different directions. This was a special ability of his three-headed snake, martial soul. Since he was using it today, he wanted to make sure he could injure Ling Xiao. That way, he would be able to regain some face. In fact, he might even be able to take advantage of this opportunity to injure or even kill Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao stood there, then plucked 3 strands of hair from his head. After the 3 strands of hair were in his hand, they suddenly became stiff and straight, like 3 black iron needles. These 3 strands of hair are more than enough to deal with you. With that, he tossed the strands of hair out. The hair transformed into sharp sword energy that was no less powerful than the sword energy of a 5th Division life-sizer. Lin's face darkened. He couldn't believe his opponent was toying with him and looking down on him. He was instantly enraged. The 3 figures regrouped, and a terrifying power gushed out from his body. Then he thrust his hands out. This palm strike was definitely as powerful as a mid-general class martial technique. His intention was very clear. He wanted to destroy the 3 strands of hair and injure Ling Xiao while he was at it. However, Ling Xiao's hair wasn't that easy to deal with. Although they looked like mere strands of hair, they contained the will of the extermination god word that Ling Xiao had just gained enlightenment of. How could Lin possibly be a match for it? Shockingly, the 3 strands of hair pierced right through Lin's palm, and then slammed into him with unstoppable force, sending him flying backward. It was almost like, seeing this scene, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This Ling Xiao was simply too strong. How could he defeat a 5th Division life-sizer so easily? That was a bit too domineering. So, that idiot Lin is just SOSO. And here I thought he was going to be my biggest competitor. Who would have thought he'd be defeated by a martial artist from the Sword Dynasty? Said a man in a bright red robe, embroidered with the image of a phoenix. With that, he turned and left. Isn't that Yuanzi from the Fire Dynasty? I can't believe he's here. Don't tell me he didn't get a God Devil medallion from his faction. I wonder how strong the Fire Dynasty martial artists are. I have no idea. From what I can tell, Yuanzi doesn't care about Lin and Ling Xiao at all. Chapter 3257. Apologize. Ling Xiao stepped on Lin's body and said coldly, "Otherwise I'll kill you." Silver Scale gritted his teeth, clearly not willing to accept the outcome. After all, he had been defeated by Ling Xiao and hadn't been able to fight back at all. What else could he do other than apologize? Blood still dripping from his mouth, he said helplessly, "I was blind as a dog. I never would have guessed that the Sword Dynasty would have a genius like you. Ling Xiao, I'll remember you. So what? Yang Qi said. You still want to cause trouble for me? Ling Xiao stomped his foot down again. Remember this. Get the hell out of the Sword Dynasty. If I see you again, I'll kill you. You. Don't go too far. I don't care who you are. Get the hell out of here. Ling Xiao sent Yin Lin flying with a kick. He didn't care if Yin Lin was dead or alive as he walked towards the venue. Do you guys think that Ling Xiao can compete with the other competitors? Seeing Ling Xiao leave, people couldn't help but discuss the matter. It depends on who he's competing with. He's strong, but he can't compare to Dugu Kanjing from the Sword Dynasty, Mammoth Mafe from the 10,000 Kingdoms, Ice Mountain from the Ice Dynasty, and Flame Sourcechild from the Fire Dynasty. That's true. Those people you mentioned are the ones who have the best chance of winning the God Devil Medallion. Let's get to the venue. It's almost time. They're probably screening people. What screening? Do you even need to ask? There are a lot of people here this time. If everyone is qualified to participate in the official tea party, it will take a few days and nights. It is simply impossible. Therefore, before the official tea party begins, there will be a small test. I am afraid that 90% of the warriors will be eliminated. Most of the people who knew about the tea party were martial artists who had arrived a few days earlier and had done their own research. At the entrance to the venue, the God Devil emissaries had called in reinforcements from the 9 paragons. Just because they were temporary reinforcements didn't mean they weren't important. After all, they were 6-stage life seizers. In other words, all the warriors who came to participate in the tea party of gods and devils were no match for them. If even a few helpers were so terrifying, it was easy to imagine how powerful the god and devil envoys were. There was a bronze pillar at the entrance. The copper pillar was 100 meters tall, and every meter had a node. It was said that only martial artists with an attack power of 80 and above had the qualifications to become an official participant of the tea party. What does it mean to be above 80 meters? Someone asked. That means he's at least in the 5th division of life seizing. The 6th division, life sizer, standing next to the pillar, laughed coldly. What? Hearing this, many people immediately broke down. 5th division, life seizing. What kind of joke was this? They hadn't said that before. If they had known earlier, they wouldn't have come and wasted their time. If you're a coward, then get lost. If you're willing to try, hurry up. Many people have already entered. The best result is even 90 meters. That expert mocked. All right, let me try, said a 4th division life sizer. He had come all the way here from another organization and obviously couldn't accept going back. Therefore, he had to give it a try. Drawing on his true energy, he punched out. What he used was his most powerful martial skill. Rumbling sounds could be heard as a red line appeared on the pillar. 65 meters. The guardian said coldly, "Impossible. I'll try again." Clearly, the man wasn't convinced. "Screw off. You only get one chance. If you don't agree, you'll be killed." The guardian's cold gaze caused the man to jump in fright. Scrambling to his feet, the man fled. Next, the guardian said coldly, "In the following test, more than 100 people had tried it, but the best result was only 79 meters. They had almost passed, but if they didn't pass, they didn't pass." The guardian didn't give them any face at all and directly chased them away. "No way," the guardian said. "Is there really no one who can pass?" The guardian also found it strange. Previously, many people had passed, but until now, none of the later ones had passed. It was only natural that the guardian would find it strange. Before long, it was Jian Fulong's turn. A martial artist from the Sword Dynasty? There's no need to try, is there? Other than Dugu Kanjing and Murong Qi, Who else from the Sword Dynasty is qualified to participate? Ignoring the Guardian, Jian Fulong casually stabbed out with his sword. He didn't use his most powerful attack. 87 meters. The Guardian looked at Jian Fulong and was slightly shocked. Even those who were considered the strongest seeded contestants in the Tea Party only had a best result of 90 meters. This person was actually very close. Finally, someone passed. It seems there really is nothing wrong with the pillar. The other martial artists in line breathed sighs of relief. If the pillar had a problem, it would have been very depressing. Next, the Guardian said, feeling a bit embarrassed. However, Jian Fulong didn't say anything. After passing the test, he went to the other side to wait for Ling Xiao. 3rd Division life-sizer, are you trying to be funny? When the Guardian saw Ling Xiao, his expression turned unsightly. I can't take the test. Ling Xiao said, looking at the Guardian calmly. You can take the test, but if you can pass, I'll call you Grandpa in front of everyone. The Guardian laughed. That's not necessary. Just remember, don't look down on others. Ling Xiao sneered and pointed out casually, 80 meters. It was neither high nor low, exactly 80 meters. However, the Guardian could sense that Ling Xiao wasn't using his full strength. He was just toying with him. However, he was the one who had caused this embarrassment, so he couldn't say anything. Besides, Ling Xiao had already given him a lot of face. If he didn't change the conditions and Ling Xiao passed, how could he call him Grandpa? Ling Xiao sneered, turned around, and stepped into the venue with Jian Fulong. At this moment, there were hundreds of people who had already taken their seats in the venue. This number was much more than he had imagined. Of those people, Ling Xiao only recognized Dugu Kanjing and Morong Qi. The two of them were sitting together, and it seemed they were trying to get the God-Devil medallion. Seeing that it was almost time for the tea party, 2 figures flew over from the distance. One of them was a woman in white and emanated a holy aura. The other was a man in black and emanated an aura of death. The appearance of the two of them caused a huge stir in the venue. They didn't try to hide their strength, and their terrifying auras caused the entire island to tremble. Many people were already frightened by the auras of the God-Devil emissaries. Chapter 3258. The Tea Party competition will be divided into 4 groups, which will be held simultaneously. Each group will determine the top 3. The final 12 will step onto the stage. Whoever emerges victorious will receive 3 God-Devil medallions. The white-robed emissary's voice was cold. The rules were simple and clear, and everyone could hear them clearly. However, there were many who didn't understand. Aren't there 3 God-Devil medallions? Why give them to one person? Isn't it good to be in the top 3? Someone asked directly. If you don't accept, then scram. The black-robed emissary said coldly. His attitude was very domineering. What the fuck? You really think I'm afraid of you bullshit emissaries? Well, I'm going to rip off your masks and see what you're made of. This man was a 5th Division life-sizer, so it was only natural for him to be arrogant. Although everyone had heard that the emissaries were powerful, no one had ever seen them in action. Whether or not that was true was hard to say. Today, he was going to be the first to eat the crab. With that, he flew up into the air, arms outstretched, and shot toward the emissaries like an eagle. As he neared, a long spear appeared in his hand, which was infused with true energy and filled with the rumbling of thunder. This guy isn't weak. He's a lot stronger than the devil dragon puppet. Ling Xiao chuckled. Yeah, even I wouldn't be able to beat him easily. I'd probably need 300 or 400 moves. Jian Fulong nodded. Even as the words left their mouths, the black-garbed devil emissary shot to his feet and grabbed the spear of the 5th Division life-sizer. Then he took a step forward, and the ordinary Great Emperor armament was instantly crushed by his palm. At the same time, the emissary's hand grabbed the man's throat. Crack! Without the slightest hesitation, the man's neck was snapped, and he died. Who else wants to try? The black-robed emissary said, chuckling coldly as he looked down at the crowd. No one said a word. His strength was truly too strong. With just his bare hands, he was actually able to destroy a common Great Emperor weapon. That was already frightening enough. Even more terrifying was the fact that he could kill a 5th Division life-sizer with a casual attack. What do you think? Jian Fulong asked Ling Xiao. Strong. Very strong. Unfathomable. Ling Xiao sighed and said, "These two fellows are the most terrifying existences I have ever seen. But didn't you also defeat Silver Scale easily?" Jian Fulong added, "That's different. I suspect that even a 6th Division life-sizer would be easily killed by him. Those two are terrifying. No wonder they're martial artists from the other 4 domains." Ling Xiao frowned. The pressure in his heart instantly increased. Originally, he had been a little excited about the rapid breakthroughs in his cultivation and the rapid increase in his strength. He felt that he might be able to see Yu Fanghua soon and take her back. However, the appearance of these two people was like a bucket of cold water poured over his head. He still had a long way to go. There were still many things to be done. Don't be discouraged. One day, you will be stronger than them. Ling Xiao clenched his fists and told himself, if he wanted to get stronger, he had to get the God-Devil medallion. Otherwise, how could he enter the primeval god Necropolis? The primeval god Necropolis was his opportunity to get stronger. Since there's no one else, we'll split you into groups according to the number plates you received when you entered. Dugu Kanjing, Huiyuanzi, Mammoth Mafe, Ice Mountain. You 4 are clearly stronger than the others. To avoid encountering each other early, we'll split you into 4 groups. You have any objections? The black-robed emissary asked. Of course, no one dared to say anything. Even if they did, they could only hold it in. The strength displayed by the black-clothed emissaries was truly too terrifying. No matter who it was, no one would be foolish enough to resist them at this moment. In order to make the competition even more exciting, we've decided to take out our savings as rewards. The top 3 in each group will receive a reward of 1 million, 5 million, and 10 million mid-grade spirit stones. As for the top 3 martial artists in the finals, they would be able to obtain a high-quality Emperor artifact as a reward. In addition to the God-Devil medallion and high-quality Imperial item, the champion will also receive 100 heavenly tribulation pills. The white-robed emissary said coolly, I didn't expect there to be such benefits. Looks like we'll have to go all out. In the 9 Supremes, high-quality Imperial items are the best treasures. But let's not hope for that. As long as we can get into the top 3 and get some mid-grade spirit stones, we'll be satisfied. Amidst the excited discussions, the 200 people participating in the Tea Party competition were divided into 4 groups. There were 4 arenas set up in the venue, and the 4 battles would begin at the same time. In the first arena, Dugu Kanjing, the Emperor of Sword Dynasty, was the seeded contestant. In the second arena, Huiyuanzi was the seeded contestant. In the third arena, Mammoth Mafe was the seeded contestant. In the fourth arena, Ice Mountain was the seeded contestant. These 4 were considered the strongest by the 2 emissaries. Although many people were not convinced, no one dared to question them. Ling Xiao was one of those who were not convinced, but he wouldn't say anything. As for who was stronger, it would be clear after the battle. He was assigned to the second arena. Similarly, Jian Fulong was also assigned to the second arena. Perhaps it was because their numbers were connected. Although there were 4 arenas, it was possible to watch the battles from the spectators' seats. After all, the arenas weren't very far from each other. They were all in the middle of the venue. It almost seemed as if the 4 arenas had been split into 4 sections. How did the 2 emissaries manage to do that in such a short time? Among the 50 over martial artists in the 2nd arena, the one with the lowest cultivation was naturally Ling Xiao. Most of the people present were in the 5th level of life seizing, and any one of them would be a major figure in the Sword Dynasty. In fact, without Dugu Kanjing, the Sword Dynasty might very well have been the Hegemon Sword Dynasty. Although the Black Snake Devil Sect had looked down on the Sword Dynasty, they had to admit that the Sword Dynasty was weak. It was a fact that the Sword Dynasty was weak. Hui Yuanzi was the pinnacle of the 2nd arena. He had an arrogant expression on his face and wore a bright red robe that made him look domineering and mighty. As he stood there, he looked like an emperor. Most of the people present didn't even dare to look him in the eye. However, there were a few people who were just a bit weaker than Hui Yuanzi and were definitely in the top 3 of the 2nd arena. In addition to Ling Xiao and Jian Fulong, there were at least 3 other people who were as strong as Hui Yuanzi. Anyone who faced them would have a hard time. Of course, they didn't care about anyone else. Their goal was to challenge Hui Yuanzi and the other so-called strongest experts. Let the competition begin. Chapter 3259. In the 1st arena, Dugu Kanjing wore a yellow robe with a crown on his head. However, the gloomy death aura around him made him seem unapproachable. It was very terrifying. In the 2nd arena, Hui Yuanzi wore a red robe. His aura exploded and raging flames rolled around his body. He did not even bother to hide his aura. He was even more domineering and powerful than before. In the 3rd arena, Xiang Mofei released a terrifying aura that only ancient beasts could possess. He was not as domineering as Hui Yuanzi, but his aura was not any weaker than Hui Yuanzi's. The 4th arena was named Bingshan. Just like his name, he was as cold as a mountain. On the arena he was on, the cold air permeated the air. Even the ground of the arena was frozen. He didn't speak much, but he exuded a gloomy and cold aura. Below the arena, Morongqi looked at Bingshan. He seemed very nervous, but he could not hide his excitement. To him, all the martial artists from the imperial family of the Ice Dynasty were usurpers. Soon, the opponents of the 4 strongest contestants had also entered the arena. Dugu Kanjing sneered. He looked at his opponent and released a terrifying black aura. It turned into a black specter and instantly took over his opponent's body. In a short moment, his opponent's essence was sucked dry, and he died on the spot. At the same time, the battles in the other 3 arenas also ended. Hui Yuanzi's opponent was burned into a pile of charcoal. He had died a miserable death. Hui Yuanzi is only using demonic fire. However, he seems to have cultivated some kind of secret technique that allows his demonic fire to erupt with power close to that of an exotic flame. Ling Xiao observed Hui Yuanzi more, mainly because he was also in the 2nd arena. In the 3rd arena, Xiang Mofei did not even use his dragonesque elephant martial soul. He used his physical strength alone to send his opponent flying out of the arena. His opponent fell to the ground and could not get up, as expected of a martial artist from the dragonesque elephant clan. His physical strength is simply amazing. This guy should be much stronger than Xiang Shan. Ling Xiao muttered to himself. The rest of the audience also exclaimed. In the 4th arena, Bing Shan's opponent could not climb up the arena at all. Because the arena had completely turned into ice, he could only give up gloomily. However, at least he managed to keep his life. He was much luckier than the other strongest contestants. Many people who originally had objections to the black-clothed demon envoy's judgment shut their mouths at this moment. The 4 most powerful experts really are the most powerful. They're terrifying. They're all in the 5th division of life seizing, but their opponents don't even stand a chance. That's right. I'm afraid these 4 people will become the contenders for the Fiend God token in the end. Others can forget about it. Hearing such discussions, Ling Xiao snorted disdainfully. He knew very well that in the first battle, the 4 of them had not used their full strength at all. They had merely defeated their opponents, as if they were completing a mission. Of course, the 5th division of life-seizing had its limits. Ling Xiao believed that Dugu Kanjing was at his limit. No matter how strong the other 3 were, they would not surpass this limit, so there was no need for him to be afraid. After the end of the first battle, the enthusiasm of the audience was completely ignited. Although the following battle didn't end so quickly, the scene wasn't weak at all. It was just as exciting. After all, most of the people on the stage were 5th division life seizers, and their cultivation bases were roughly equal. When they fought, it was naturally very exciting. Compared to the 4 most powerful experts, it was a completely different story. Before long, it was Jian Fulong's turn to fight. His performance was in no way inferior to that of the 4 most powerful experts. With a single kick, he sent his opponent flying. Jian Fulong's true strength was only slightly inferior to Dugu Kanjing's. After all, he was an old freak who had lived for hundreds of years. Now that he was back in the 5th division of life seizing and had been nourished by Ling Xiao's medicine, his battle prowess was even greater than before. Jian Fulong's appearance caused the audience to erupt into cheers. After all, he was a martial artist from the Sword Dynasty. After all, other than Dugu Kanjing, all of the other Sword Dynasty martial artists who had appeared before him had been defeated in a single blow. After using the dragon subduing sword, Ling Xiao immediately left the stage. His opponent was a bewitching young woman. She had a bewitching look to her face. Not only did she have an excellent figure, but she also had a unique, enchanting air about her. As soon as she stepped onto the stage, the audience erupted into cheers, and even the martial artists from the other groups looked over. Hua Yuanzi's eyes lit up, as if he were very interested in this young woman. As Ling Xiao looked at her, what he saw wasn't her beauty or her bewitching charm, but rather her power. She was second only to the 4 most powerful experts, and was on the same level as Murong Qi. In fact, if Jian Fulong were to fight her, he would probably only have a 50% chance of winning. Did you see that? That chick from the Dazzling Palace is really hot. Shuh, keep your voice down. That's fox talk, the kind that consumes the quintessence energy of men. She's definitely in the top 10 of this year's Tea of Gods and Devils. Most terrifying of all is that she has a secret magic that makes it so that people can't move at all. If you're not careful, you'll fall for it. Ha ha, that kid isn't going to put on a classic action scene with her. Is he? Jealous? Why don't you go? I don't have that kind of luck. If I get played to death, my girlfriend will be sad. No matter what, that kid is out of luck. Encountering fox talk might be even more of a headache than encountering Hui Yuanzi. The martial artists discussed animatedly. They all felt sad for Ling Xiao's fate. Or were they gloating? Ling Xiao, be careful. That woman isn't simple. As an old monster who had lived for hundreds of years, Jian Fulong's eyesight wasn't bad. He could tell that fox talk wasn't simple. Moreover, none of the women from the Dazzling Palace were easy to deal with. But even so, he was still full of confidence in Ling Xiao. Although he didn't know what had happened on Sun Island, Jian Fulong believed that what had happened on Sun Island 2 days ago had been done by Ling Xiao. If he wasn't even afraid of the Sunbird, how could a mere woman from the Dazzling Palace be his match? His only worry was that Ling Xiao would underestimate his opponent. At this moment, some of the martial artists from the Dazzling Palace were also chattering away. Ha ha, I've heard of this Ling Xiao. When he first came to the Sword Dynasty, everyone said that he was an absolute genius. If he can be considered a genius, then wouldn't our dazzling palace be filled with geniuses? That's right. Big Sister Fox talk. Finish him off in one move. Kid, why aren't you kowtowing and admitting defeat when you see our senior Sister Fox talk? This couldn't be considered teasing anymore. It was simply humiliation. Kowtow and admit defeat. All right, then I'll get your Big Sister Fox talk to kowtow and admit defeat. Ling Xiao hadn't forgotten what had happened on the White Tiger continent. Chapter 3260. On the sidelines, the crowd was still mocking Ling Xiao for being unlucky enough to encounter Hu Yen. In the arena, Ling Xiao had already launched an attack. He took the initiative and punched out, forcing Hu Yen to dodge with all her might. However, she still suffered a blow to her arm. At this moment, Hu Yen felt her entire arm go numb, as if she couldn't feel anything. However, she was still a martial artist from the Linglong Palace, second only to the four chosen by the black-robed devil emissary. She wasn't defeated in an instant. Although her arm was numb, she wasn't someone who was good at close combat. Being further away was more suitable for her to fight. A fox with 9 tails appeared behind her. It seemed that her martial soul was a 9-tailed fox. The moment she released her martial soul, Hu Yen began to counterattack. Her 9 tails attacked Ling Xiao like 9 tentacles. The two of them exchanged more than 10 rounds in an instant on the second arena. From the beginning to the end, Ling Xiao didn't draw his sword. He fought with his bare hands. No matter what kind of attack Hu Yen launched, he could shatter it with a single punch. So strong. Seeing this scene, many people immediately shut their mouths. Ling Xiao's strength was far beyond their imagination. How could this kid, who was only in the 3rd level of life seizing, be so terrifying? Hu Yen also wanted to ask this question. As a disciple of the Linglong Palace, Hu Yen was actually very proud. Even in the Linglong Palace, she was nothing. However, in the Sword Dynasty, she was a proud child of the heavens. How could a stinky man from the Sword Dynasty compare to her? She didn't even bother to look at him. However, it was such a person who made her suffer. Although this person was young, his attacks were extremely domineering and ferocious. It made her feel like she was fighting against the Fire Origin. It was as if no matter what she did, he could shatter it with a single punch. It made her feel like she couldn't win at all. Bang! Once again, the attack that she had painstakingly condensed was easily defeated. The terrifying fist energy penetrated her attack and attacked her fragrant body. Hu Yen hurriedly used her nimble movement technique to dodge, darting around the arena. Many people were dumbfounded by this scene. That seductive Hu Yen actually wanted to flee from this young man from the Sword Dynasty. The chattering girls from Linglong Palace had long shut their mouths, and their faces were extremely gloomy. In the current situation, Hu Yen seemed to have a slight advantage in terms of speed. He did not even have the courage to fight the other party head-on. How could they not be nervous and worried? Is this all you've got? Ling Xiao suddenly stopped his attacks. He looked at Hu Yen mockingly and said, "If that's all you've got, then this battle should be over. You can't be from the Sword Dynasty. Who are you?" Hu Yen appeared to be in a somewhat sorry state. Her seductive aura from before was now replaced by a feeling of desolation. "Is it impossible?" "Huh? You say it's impossible just because you can't beat him? I am me, Sword Dynasty Ling Xiao." Ling Xiao mocked. Ling Xiao. This name sounds very familiar. In the past, the White Tiger continent had an absolute genius called Ling Xiao. What's your relationship with him? Hu Yen asked. You already have the answer in your heart. Why ask again? Ling Xiao laughed. You are indeed him, the person that my Linglong Palace is chasing. Hu Yan's face turned cold and said, "All right, since that's the case, I'll capture you today and hand you over to the sect." "With just you? How are you going to capture me? Kneel down and capture me?" Ling Xiao mocked. Arrogant. Hu Yan was simply unable to restrain her anger. Her originally beautiful face had become ferocious at this moment. After Hu Yan came to the Sword Dynasty, she was pursued by various forces. She was like a beautiful fairy that had descended to the mortal world. Who dared to look down on her? Ignore her? However, this young man, this Ling Xiao, actually dared to tease her and not take her seriously? Nine-tailed demon region. Hu Yan roared hysterically. Her body had already merged with the nine-tailed martial soul. The nine tails suddenly stood up and released a ghostly aura. In an instant, the entire arena fell into a pink world. I never imagined that, for the sake of dealing with an unknown kid from the Sword Dynasty, Hu Yan would actually utilize his trump card. Yeah, but once the nine-tailed demon region is released, that kid is finished. What's his name again? I think it's Ling something. Anyway, he's just a pitiful cameo. Why remember him? Up until this point, the spectators naturally did not feel as strongly as Hu Yan, who bore the brunt of it. They still treated Ling Xiao as a passerby and a cameo. Once the nine-tailed demon region is released, the entire arena will be filled with demonic aura. The opponent will definitely hallucinate and fall into an uncontrollable state. Sister, Hu Yan will be able to win without shedding a drop of blood. The female disciples of Ling Long Palace regained their confidence once again. In front of their sister, Hu Yan's trump card. What was that kid called? Ling Xiao. Using an illusion to deal with me? You've really got the wrong person. Ling Xiao shook his head gently. This nine-tailed demon region might have a miraculous effect on other martial artists. But Ling Xiao's soul force was incomparably powerful. The Tai Chi I could even see through all nothingness. This thing was simply like juggling to him. Better end this boring battle as soon as possible. Ling Xiao did not waste any more time and finally displayed his movement technique, escaping to Jiang Guang's side. On the arena, because of the appearance of the pink fog, no one noticed what Ling Xiao did. Only hearing a muffled groan. A figure fell from the arena, landing on the ground. Clearly, she was already seriously injured. Hu Yan lost, and lost so miserably. The current Hu Yan did not even have the ability to get up by herself. Saying that she was miserable was not nonsense. F***CK, that guy is really too terrifying. The nine-tailed demon region actually had no effect on him at all. What kind of person is this? Devil, simply a devil. Such a delicate girl. He can also bear to do it? But he's really very strong. When this battle ended, the audience was in an uproar. Hu Yan lay on the ground, looking at Ling Xiao in horror. You'll definitely die a horrible death. Is that so? It's a pity that you'll never see it. Originally, Ling Xiao did not intend to be ruthless, but this Hu Yan did not know what was good for her, and insisted on provoking him. How could he hold back? With a casual flick, a sword light pierced through the air, directly piercing Hu Yan's throat. Hu Yan's vicious expression was completely frozen. She never dreamed that she would be killed like this, and that she would die so dejectedly. Ling Xiao wins. The black-clothed demon envoy said coldly, "This tea party of gods and demons had no bottom line to begin with. Killing was a very normal thing. In the first round, apart from Bing Shan, who did not kill anyone, the other three had all killed their respective opponents. However, Ling Xiao had already beaten his opponent off the stage, yet he still went to deal the finishing blow. This made many people unable to continue watching. Therefore, in the audience, many of the participating martial artists were unhappy with him. Chapter 3261. Brat. Hu Yan is my woman. You dare kill her? Just as Ling Xiao walked down the stage, the strongest of the second stage, Hu Yuanzi spoke. So what if I did? Ling Xiao looked at Hu Yuanzi and said indifferently, that brat is simply a madman. He even dares to provoke Hu Yuanzi? He killed Hu Yan and offended Hu Yuanzi. He's dead for sure. This is called karma. That's right. The trash of Sword Dynasty should all be eliminated. As a member of Sword Dynasty, Ling Xiao wasn't an old monster that had lived for hundreds or even tens of thousands of years. Therefore, his strength was a sin in itself. Only when he died would those people be happy. How could the cultivators of the 8 Supremes allow a brat from Sword Dynasty to ride on their heads? In their opinion, Ling Xiao had no chance of winning against Hu Yuanzi. Since the black-clothed demon envoy said that the 4 of them were the strongest, it couldn't be wrong. No one thought that Ling Xiao could win. So what if I killed him? Good. Hu Yuanzi, haven't seen such an arrogant guy in a long time. Just you wait. Don't let me see you again. Hu Yuanzi sneered and sat down again. Idiot, aren't you one of those arrogant people? You can't even see each other's strength clearly, and you still dare to be so arrogant. Ling Xiao replied indifferently, but Hu Yuanzi, who had already sat down, stood up angrily. Good, very good. I will let you know the consequences of offending me. Hu Yuanzi, I'll wait. I'm afraid you don't have the ability. As they spoke, Ling Xiao had already returned to his seat. Are you going to become enemies with the 8 Supremes? Jian Fulong laughed. It's only a matter of time. Ling Xiao said indifferently, the people who came to the Tea Party of Gods and Devils this time are just trash from various factions. If even they are afraid, then I don't need to say anything about unifying the 9 Supremes. To be honest, when you said this before, I only took it as a joke. Now, it seems like you're serious. Jian Fulong said, Of course I'm serious. Not only do I want to unify the 9 Supremes, I want to unify the 4 regions and even the entire Black Tortoise continent. Ling Xiao said indifferently, knowing my past, martial uncle, you should understand that I have never boasted, and all of this is going according to plan. It's my fortune to have met you. Jian Fulong sighed emotionally. Ling Xiao was the most domineering and pragmatic young man he had ever met. He had a grand wish, but he was able to restrain himself and advance step by step towards his goal. The most frightening thing was that everyone could talk big, but there were very few who would actually do it. Ling Xiao was the kind of person who dared to do what he said. This kind of person was actually the most terrifying. While the 2 of them were talking, the first round of matches in the second arena had already ended. The second round began. The first to go up was naturally Hu Yuanzi. His opponent was also a 5th division life-sizer. And yet, despite being in the same cultivation base, the difference in strength was enormous. Hu Yuanzi used only one move to burn his opponent, causing him to jump off the arena and concede. If he still didn't admit defeat, then only death would await him. Considering how vicious Hu Yuanzi was, he didn't want to die. When it was Jian Fulong's turn, he used only one sword move to defeat his opponent. Not only was he stronger than he had been in the same cultivation base, but he also had the body of a blood devil. Combined with his years of experience, it was almost impossible to defeat him. After Jian Fulong, Ling Xiao took the stage. Perhaps it was because he had defeated Hu Yan, but Ling Xiao's notoriety had spread far and wide. Many people had come to watch him fight. They just wanted to see how he would be killed. Ling Xiao's opponent wasn't weak, and was even stronger than Hu Yan. Hu Yan was terrifying because of her charm arts and the 9-tailed demon domain. As for this new opponent, it was purely because of his terrifying fighting prowess. Therefore, Many people were looking forward to Ling Xiao being defeated here. Xiong Ben of Wangua, that man was like a giant beast, standing opposite Ling Xiao. He was 4 meters tall. The muscles on his body were like lumps of iron. This Ling Xiao's luck is really bad. He just defeated Hu Yan, and now he meets Xiong Ben. He is second only to Xiang Mofei among the martial artists from Wangua. I guess even God can't stand it anymore, and wants to bury this Ling Xiao. With Hu Yan, the people below the stage were naturally happy to mock and make sarcastic remarks. However, Xiong Ben on the stage was not idle. "Get off the stage, and I won't kill you." Xiong Ben's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. "You're planning to kill me after I get off the stage, right?" Ling Xiao looked at Xiong Ben and sneered. "Ha ha ha, you saw through it, but so what? Your thin arms and legs can't withstand a beating at all." Xiong Ben laughed wildly, and then suddenly jumped up. When his 4-meter-tall body jumped up, even the stage shook 3 times. Then he waved a huge iron hammer in the air and smashed it at Ling Xiao. The iron hammer was probably tens of thousands of pounds, not to mention smashing. Even if it pressed down on people, it could probably crush people into meat paste. However, Ling Xiao stood there motionless, as if he did not see Xiong Ben's attack at all. It was as if he was scared silly. Boom! The terrible, heavy blow finally fell. However, what surprised countless people was that Ling Xiao was actually able to stop this terrifying hammer with just one hand. His waist did not even bend in the slightest. How was this possible? What Xiong Ben relied on the most was his own strength. When fighting with others, he basically won with strength. Under the same cultivation, there was basically no martial artist who could resist his terrifying attack. However, Ling Xiao, the Sword Dynasty youth that they looked down on, used one hand to announce the failure of Xiong Ben's strength. "I don't believe it. Giant bear beast soul. Possession." With a roar, Xiong Ben finally called out his beast soul, and his body instantly changed. After the transformation, his strength increased by at least 10 times. Ling Xiao's body was finally pressed down, and the stage under his feet seemed to have begun to crack. Ha ha ha, that kid is really finished. Although being able to force Xiong Ben to use beast soul possession is already very strong, it's useless. Excited shouts came from the crowd. "Go to hell, demon!" Useless Sword Dynasty trash. However, Ling Xiao, who was on the stage, said something that sounded like a bluff, even though he was obviously at a disadvantage. "With this kind of strength, you dare to show off in front of me?" Vajra Ape Beast Soul Transformation. At that moment, Ling Xiao transformed into the Vajra Ape. Not only did his defense increase greatly, but his strength also skyrocketed. His body, which was originally bent, straightened once again. Not only that, but he also directly threw out the huge monster Xiong Ben. That guy, does he have beast soul transformation? Chapter 3262. Is this the end of your power? Facing Xiong Ben, Ling Xiao, who had transformed into King Kong Ape, showed a sneer. In the face of Xiong Ben's terrifying power, there were only a few people in the entire arena who could still maintain such a smile. "Humph, you must have some magic weapon on you, right? But it doesn't matter. I can't suppress you in strength, but I can crush you in martial arts." Xiong Ben coldly snorted. He didn't feel that he had lost in strength, but he thought that Ling Xiao had some magic weapon on him, which offset his power. Otherwise, even if King Kong Ape transformed, it would be impossible to stop him. Since his power was offset, then he would use martial arts to defeat his opponent. Martial arts? I've already said that's it for you. I'll let you be defeated by the power you're most proud of. Ling Xiao suddenly sneered, and a terrifying force gushed out of his arms, directly sending Xiong Ben flying. Then he soared into the air. A Qianjun rod condensed from true essence appeared in his hand, and he smashed it down heavily. "Kneel down for me." Terrifying power was unleashed on the Qianjun rod. Ling Xiao was like a golden monkey god of war. He raised the Qianjun rod and smashed it down fiercely. Xiongben desperately resisted. How could he kneel down? He was a martial artist of Myriad Kingdom. He absolutely could not kneel down. Boom! A terrifying force smashed down. Xiongben suddenly felt that his arms were about to break, and his legs instantly bent. Crack! Unable to withstand that terrifying power, his kneecaps finally shattered, and his huge body fell down with a loud bang. He knelt in front of Ling Xiao. This scene shocked the audience. My goodness, how can this kid's power be so terrifying? Is it the power of magic weapon? It shouldn't be. Magic weapon can offset power and increase power? What level is this magic weapon? He's just a little sword king, dynasty martial artist. It's impossible for him to have it. Everyone talked about it, and they had a new understanding of Ling Xiao. Not afraid of charm. Not afraid of power. What weakness does this guy have? The moment Xiongben knelt down, Xiang Mofei's face suddenly became gloomy. Xiongben actually lost to this kid in terms of strength? He frowned and sneered. Ling Xiao, is it? I'll remember your name. I hope we don't meet each other. Otherwise, if you dare to humiliate the martial artists of my Wangua, I'll let you die. Impossible. How could I lose to this trash? Xiong Pai shouted hysterically, venting the unwillingness and anger in his heart. However, what Ling Xiao gave him was a kick. That stupid body flew out and smashed into the ground. Ling Xiao wins. The black-clothed demon envoy announced in a cold voice. Looks like that guy defeating Hu Yan really wasn't an accident. That's right. His strength is even more terrifying than Xiongben's. This kid is definitely a troublesome fellow, but that's probably the strongest he can get. After all, he's only in the 3rd division of life seizing. Even if he went all out, he would only be able to defeat Xiongben. Ling Xiao's fight with Xiongben made him the center of attention, and many people began to view him as someone who was just below the 4 most powerful experts. Now, no one dared to underestimate this young man from the Sword Dynasty. Ling Xiao transformed back into his true form and walked off of the arena, looking as relaxed as ever, not leaving a single speck of dust behind him. Although he wasn't exactly imposing, many people felt like they were suffocating from the pressure. That was especially true of the martial artists in Arena number 2. Many of them had never fought Ling Xiao before, and were even more afraid of him than before. The people from the dazzling palace had been hoping that Xiongben would avenge Hu Yan, but now none of them dared to say a word. Ling Xiao's performance had been domineering, and he had defeated his opponents in the areas they were most adept at. He was far too mysterious and far too terrifying. What's there to be afraid of? He's not afraid of the 9-tailed demon domain, which means his soul power is strong enough. He's not afraid of power, which means he's strong enough. Unfortunately, a martial artist's energy is limited. He's going all out in terms of soul power and power, but he's only slightly stronger than Hu Yan and Xiong Pai. He's definitely a mess in other areas. What an idiot! Doesn't he know that cultivation requires specialization? Hu Yuanzi said loudly, just as the people in Arena number 2 were in a state of panic. His words weren't wrong to most people, but to Ling Xiao, it was meaningless. Hu Yuanzi thought that he had grasped the truth, but he was just a frog at the bottom of a well who had never seen a true genius. Along the way, he had only focused on the fire elemental gathering as his main cultivation direction. He had already defeated many opponents, so he believed in his judgment. He said that I'm not good in other areas. What do you think, Martial Uncle? After sitting down, Ling Xiao looked at Jian Fulong and smiled. Just a frog at the bottom of a well, Jian Fulong deliberately said loudly. Good, very good. The two of you don't think that you'll have an easy time today. According to the rules, martial artists in the same arena would meet sooner or later. Therefore, Yuanzi knew that he would fight with Ling Xiao and Jian Fulong. He wanted to teach these two how to behave. We'll wait. Jian Fulong sneered. Then the two of them stopped looking at Yuanzi and began to pay attention to the situation in the four arenas. A fight between experts always made people feel that it was very interesting. The four strongest experts selected by the black-robed demon envoy had basically defeated their opponents within 3 moves. Not a single martial artist had been able to escape this nightmare. The people believed in the black-robed demon envoy's judgment more and more. Although Ling Xiao and Jian Fulong's performance was outstanding, they still felt that the two of them were far inferior to the 4 strongest experts. Of course, the dark horses weren't only Ling Xiao and Jian Fulong. There were 2 other people who weren't favored at the beginning, who also displayed terrifying strength. One of them was Murong Qi. Ling Xiao had seen this woman's battle and felt that she was a little small. Her strength was probably much more powerful than he had imagined. The other one was called Yu Fei from Soul Hall. This guy specialized in soul secret techniques. His enemies were often defeated before they knew what had happened. Perhaps because Ling Xiao defeated Hu Yan, Yu Fei seemed to have paid too much attention to him. They were clearly not in the same arena, but this Yu Fei threatened to let Ling Xiao have a taste of how terrifying soul secret techniques were after smoothly defeating his opponent. Regarding this, Ling Xiao laughed it off. This kind of person thought that he had grasped the trick of soul secret techniques, but he didn't know how terrifying Ling Xiao was. Ling Xiao didn't pay attention to him at all. Instead, his gaze landed on Dugu Kanjing. Speaking of which, the peak of the 4 strongest experts was probably this old monster. His 2 opponents were directly sucked dry of their blood essence and died. Facing him, they didn't have the strength to fight back. Therefore, when it came to the 3rd round, his opponent directly refused to go on stage and simply admitted defeat. Chapter 3263. Xiang Mo Fei's performance in the 3rd round was still domineering. His opponent was intimidated by his aura and knelt down to surrender before he even made a move. This guy looked at Ling Xiao as if he was provoking him, directly raising his middle finger. In the face of Xiang Mo Fei's provocation, Ling Xiao only gave him 3 words. You're courting death. Although his words sounded simple, they gave many people a fright. In the entire venue, except for the mysterious god and devil envoys and Dugu Kanjing, who would dare to say such words to Xiang Mo Fei? Even Yuanzi and Bing Shan were somewhat afraid of Xiang Mo Fei. This kid, he thinks he's great just because he's a dark horse? Ling Xiao's arrogance once again aroused the dissatisfaction of many people. It seemed that they were more willing to see Xiang Mo Fei act cool than Ling Xiao's arrogance. To put it bluntly, there was only one reason, and that was that they thought Ling Xiao wasn't as strong as Xiang Mo Fei. Ling Xiao didn't care about this. Strength was something that could only be known after a competition. It wasn't like he was really inferior to Xiang Mo Fei just because others said so. Bing Shan was still as cold as ever. In the 3rd round, he simply turned the entire stage into a huge ice block and wrapped himself inside. If the opponent couldn't break the ice, they couldn't go on stage and could only admit defeat. At the referee's table, the black-clothed and white-clothed envoys were also discussing the battle situation. It seemed that the 2 of them weren't particularly interested in this tea party of the gods and devils. They're all trash, boring battles. The black-clothed envoys said coldly, Hey, why bother? This tea party of the gods and demons is just a competition between trash. What we need to do is to give the 3 god-fiend tokens to the strongest trash. The white-clothed envoys laughed. That won't do. I've already agreed with Dragon, mother of Wangua, to give these 3 tokens to Xiang Mo Fei. The black-clothed envoys said, I know. With Xiang Mo Fei's strength, winning the top 3 shouldn't be a problem, but he might not be a match for Dugu Kanjing. He's an old monster. The white-clothed envoys said again, if I knew this would happen, I would have just given it to Dragon Mother. The black-clothed demon envoy said, unhappily, don't ever do that. Have you forgotten how our god and devil envoys died? They didn't follow Master's orders, and the end result was death. The white-robed messenger of God suddenly appeared very frightened. That Master is an omniscient and omnipotent existence. It's best if we don't act recklessly. You're right, but it shouldn't be a problem to give Xiang Mofei some benefits in private, right? The black-clothed demon envoy said again, as long as it doesn't affect the rules of the tea party of gods and devils, it's fine. The white-robed divine envoy nodded. While they were talking, a few more rounds of the competition had passed. The 4 strongest cultivators were still undefeated. There were still 4 dark horses that remained undefeated: Ling Xiao, Jian Fulong Murongqi, and Yu Fei. At this moment, the crowd suddenly cheered. This was because the battle between the dark horse and the strongest had finally begun. The 2 sides fighting were Huanzi and Jian Fulong. Everyone was cheering for Hu Yuanzi. This domineering and handsome young man was naturally more popular than that old man Jian Fulong. Other than the few voices from the Sword Dynasty that were supporting Jian Fulong, almost everyone present was Huanzi's fan. I'll go and defeat him. Is there a problem? Jian Fulong turned around and glanced at Ling Xiao. Of course there's no problem. Among the 4 strongest cultivators, only Dugu Kanjing and Xiang Mofei are a threat to me. This Huanzi is nothing. Ling Xiao smiled. All right. Jian Fulong stepped onto the stage, but what he got in return was a wave of curses. Because his voice was too loud when he spoke to Ling Xiao, everyone present heard it. They were simply too arrogant. They actually didn't put Huanzi in their eyes. Wasn't this dark horse too arrogant? Go to hell, old man. Get lost, useless trash from the Sword Dynasty. Waves of curses came from the cultivators of the 8 supreme forces. However, Jian Fulong didn't say anything. The instant the referee shouted the start of the battle, he attacked. He was so fast that he didn't hesitate. When the battle started, the curses stopped. This was because everyone saw the strange battle situation on the battlefield. Jian Fulong was actually suppressing Huanzi. The 2 of them fought for a total of 100 rounds. Huanzi could only retaliate and was finally blasted off the stage by Jian Fulong. Jian Fulong wins. The black-robed demon envoy was stunned for a long time before he finally announced the result. He was too shocked. Jian Fulong, this dark horse, actually broke his judgment. You've underestimated Jian Fulong. He's the demon lord of the Devil Dragon Sword Court from hundreds of years ago. The white-robed demon envoy smiled. I've indeed underestimated him. However, the young man beside him is definitely not a match for Huanzi. The black-robed demon envoy said coldly. He believed that he didn't make a mistake this time. At this moment, Huanzi, who was lying on the ground, suddenly burst into flames as he roared in pain. Oh, this kid actually profited from a disaster and made a breakthrough in his cultivation technique. The black-robed demon envoy smiled with interest. Originally, his Inferno Divine art should only be at the Great Perfection stage, but now it has entered the transformation stage. This way, his flames will become even more terrifying. His strength will also become stronger. If he fights with Jian Fulong again in this state, he will definitely win. That kid called Ling Xiao is unlucky. Huanzi finally returned to normal as he looked coldly at Jian Fulong and Ling Xiao. If I don't take revenge, I'm not a gentleman. Ling Xiao, you should apologize on behalf of your companion. He roared. His mentality, which was on the verge of collapse, became incomparably confident again. The silent audience cheered, once again. Huanzi's failure was an accident. However, the breakthrough in his cultivation technique was also an accident. Perhaps this was a blessing in disguise. The next one to face Huanzi should be Ling Xiao. He's finished. This was the view that almost everyone agreed with. Even the Sword King dynasty martial artists who supported Ling Xiao felt that Ling Xiao was in trouble. Jian Fulong also furrowed his brows and said, "The transformation stage and the great perfection stage are two completely different concepts. You have to be careful." "Martial uncle, don't you believe me?" Ling Xiao smiled and asked, "It's not that I don't believe you. I just want to remind you to be careful. Your opponent is obviously much stronger than before. Don't underestimate him." Jian Fulong said with a serious face. "Don't worry, martial uncle. I won't underestimate him." Ling Xiao smiled and went on to defeat his opponent. Soon, the next round began. Huanzi versus Ling Xiao. The strengthened version of Huanzi against another dark horse in the second arena immediately attracted the attention of the audience. As the saying goes, an army filled with indignation is bound to win. Many people believed that Huanzi would win after his defeat against Jian Fulong. Chapter 3264. The dark horse had encountered the strengthened version of Hu Yuanzi. Even the black-clothed and white-clothed emissaries were paying close attention to this battle. "Ling Xiao, you're too pitiful. If you had met me before, you might have won. However, after evolving my cultivation method, I'm 10 times stronger than before. If you want to blame someone, blame that martial uncle of yours. He should have killed me, not defeated me." Hu Yuanzi looked at Ling Xiao. The flames on his body burned and rose. His voice had returned to its former domineering and cold tone. Many people agreed with his words. That Ling Xiao is really unlucky. That's right. If his uncle master had killed Hu Yuanzi, he wouldn't be in such trouble. It's a pity that he didn't. Hu Yuanzi, kill that Ling Xiao. Kill that devil. The disciples of Ling Long Palace also placed their hopes on Hu Yuanzi. None of them were a match for Ling Xiao, so they could not avenge Hu Yen. Now, they could only place their hopes on Hu Yuanzi. Of course, these people only dared to hide behind Ling Xiao's back and boast. If they were really allowed to fight Ling Xiao, all of them would probably be scared witless. However, with Hu Yuanzi, no, the strengthened version of Hu Yuanzi standing there, blocking Ling Xiao's killing intent for them, they still had the guts to clamor. In an instant, Ling Xiao became the target of public criticism. If there was a ranking of the person that everyone wanted to eliminate the most, it would probably be him. Ling Xiao, if you kneel down and apologize to me now and become my follower, I won't listen to those people and let you live." Hu Yuanzi smiled and looked at Ling Xiao proudly. It was as if he was invincible, with so many people supporting him. "Is that all you want to say?" Ling Xiao put his hands behind his back and looked at Hu Yuanzi mockingly. "A piece of trash who can't even defeat my uncle master dares to be so arrogant in front of me? Do you believe that I can beat you up without using my hands and without leaving the ground? Arrogant, domineering. How arrogant!" Ling Xiao was still as arrogant as ever. Hu Yuanzi's smug expression instantly darkened. "You're courting death." Boom. 3 crimson flames gathered above Hua Yuanzi's head like 3 suns. Then, one of the balls of flames that contained unparalleled heat and power blasted toward Ling Xiao, who dared to look down on his strengthened version of the seed of origin. The fireball had a diameter of about 1 meter. Whether it was its speed or power, everyone could feel how powerful and tyrannical it was. That was clearly what Hui Yuanzi was thinking right now. That was clearly his fiercest anger. Ling Xiao stared coldly at the incoming fireball, which could easily kill an ordinary 4th Division life-sizer. This was enough to show how terrifying its power was. And yet he was Ling Xiao, despite the fact that his cultivation base was only in the 3rd Division of life-seizing. However, when it came to playing with fire, Hu Yuanzi could only kneel down and wipe his shoes. Rumble! The terrifying fireball slammed into Ling Xiao, and a huge explosion ensued. All the onlookers could see was raging flames, and Ling Xiao's figure was nowhere to be seen. The crowd erupted into cheers. Perhaps they were convinced that Ling Xiao had already been destroyed by the fireball. However, a moment later, they saw a figure appear behind Hui Yuanzi. What a terrifying movement technique! Watch out, Hui Yuanzi! Most shocking of all was that Ling Xiao had actually dodged Hu Yuanzi's attack. After all, no one had ever been able to do so in any of their previous battles. Not even Jian Fulong had been able to. All Jian Fulong had done was use more power to repel the attack. Back then, the attack hadn't been this powerful, but Ling Xiao had dodged it, and he had done it so casually. If Ling Xiao had struck Hui Yuanzi in the back, he would have been seriously injured, if not killed. However, Hui Yuanzi's expression was one of ruthlessness and cunning. A cold smile appeared on his face. Rumble! Amidst the exploding flames, the fireball seemed to have locked onto Ling Xiao's position. It quickly bypassed Hui Yuanzi and charged toward Ling Xiao, who was behind him. However, Ling Xiao had disappeared once again. The evading sword gleam steps was executed under his feet, and it was like a strange sword gleam that couldn't be captured. Didn't you say that you wouldn't leave this place? Hui Yuanzi couldn't help but roar, with an ugly expression after seeing that his attack had failed. That's right, a guy who doesn't keep his word. Someone from the crowd shouted, "Are you an idiot? Do you believe everything I say? Would you believe me if I said that I'm your grandfather?" Ling Xiao curled his lips and mocked disdainfully. Laughter erupted from the crowd. Naturally, it came from the Sword Dynasty's martial artists. You. What about me? All right, I won't bully you with my movement technique anymore. You can't catch up to me anyway. I don't want others to say that I had an unfair advantage. Come on, I won't leave this place this time. Whoever lies is a dog. Ling Xiao hooked his finger at Hui Yuanzi as if he was calling a dog. Hui Yuanzi was about to explode from anger. He had never seen an opponent like Ling Xiao, who was so infuriating. Don't just stand there. I'm going to attack. Ling Xiao suddenly shouted coldly, and 9 demon dragons' sun swords appeared around his body. The 9 demon dragons' sun swords that had been tempered thousands of times to become high-quality Emperor artifacts were finally summoned. He couldn't remember how long it had been since he last used the demon dragons' sun swords. Due to their poor quality, they couldn't be used. However, the 9 demon dragons' sun swords that Ling Xiao had modified with a large amount of precious materials now had the same quality as the demon dragons' sun swords. It was time to take them out and play with them. Kill! Ling Xiao's feet didn't leave the ground, and his hands were still behind his back. The 9 demon dragons' sun swords flew toward Hu Yuanzi under the control of his soul power. This time, he really didn't leave the ground and didn't use his hands. At that moment, everyone was shocked. In all of Ling Xiao's previous battles, he had used the most basic of fists to send his opponents flying. Even when he transformed into the King Kong ape beast soul, he had used his fists to defeat Xiong Ben. They didn't understand Ling Zhao's true fighting style at all. They only knew that he could transform into a beast soul. At this moment, when they saw Ling Xiao controlling the 9 swords to attack, they realized that this guy actually knew the rumored Imperial Sword technique. The Imperial Sword technique was also divided into different levels, using objects to control the sword, such as the Skyworm Silk, to grab the sword's tail and control it. Using Qi to control the sword was much more advanced. Using inner strength to control the sword to attack was more flexible, the range was longer, and the power was greater. Using the soul to control the sword meant that using the soul power to control the sword, one's thoughts would be completely synchronized with the sword, allowing for the most flexible battle. The best was the coexistence of Qi and soul. Not only was it more flexible, but it was also more powerful. Most people who had mastered the Imperial Sword technique had only reached the 2nd stage. This was because the 3rd stage required one's soul power to be incomparably powerful. Chapter 32:65. There were very few people in the world who could use the Imperial Sword technique to combine soul power and inner strength. Those from the Soul Clan had enough soul power, but they didn't have inner strength, so they couldn't do it. However, Ling Xiao could do it. As his opponent, Hui Yuanzi didn't dare to show any arrogance. He knew that Ling Xiao wasn't as easy to deal with as he thought. Ling Xiao's 9 demon dragon swords each contained 9 terrifying sword intents. No matter which one it was, they were all extremely terrifying. One was filled with a destructive aura, which was the destructive sword intent. One was filled with a murderous aura, which was the murderous sword intent. One was filled with a domineering aura, which was the domineering sword intent. One was filled with an undying aura, which was the undying sword intent. One was filled with a blazing aura, which was the fire sword intent. One was filled with the fury of thunder, which was the lightning sword intent. One was filled with the aura of death, which was the death sword intent. One was filled with the aura of the earth, which was the earth sword intent. The last was filled with the might of the heavens, which was the firmament sword intent. Hui Yuanzi's face turned ugly in the face of these 9 terrifying sword intents. However, he wasn't afraid because of this. This was because he was confident that his flames were equally powerful. There were 3 balls of flames above his head, which also contained 3 different intents. The most blazing battle intent, the coldest battle intent, the most tenacious battle intent. The 3 balls of flames represented attack, and defense respectively. Hui Yuanzi was quite capable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been listed as one of the 4 strongest people by the black-robed demon envoy. Although he lost to Jian Fulong, he had an epiphany and leveled up his cultivation technique, which made him even stronger than before. This was enough to show that his comprehension was extremely good. Facing Ling Zhao's attack, the 3 balls of flames above Hui Yuanzi's head blasted out at the same time. They formed a perfect defense around his body, blocking the attacks of Ling Zhao's 9 demon dragon swords. A loud boom sounded. The 9 demon dragon swords' attacks were ineffective and retreated. The Hui Yuanzi seemed to have the upper hand in this clash. Striking while the iron was hot, Hui Yuanzi only left the ball of yellow flames. Then he released 2 balls of scarlet red and blue flames, attacking Ling Xiao at the same time. However, Ling Xiao still had a faint smile on his face. His body quickly entered the universal light tiger beast soul transformation state. In this beast soul transformation state, Ling Zhao's speed increased the most. It wasn't just his speed, but also his attack speed. The 9 demon dragons' sun swords once again condensed their attacks, with 5 of them blocking the red and blue balls of flames. These two balls of flames were very strange. One was incomparably hot, while the other was incomparably cold. Furthermore, he had condensed nearly 70% of Hua Yuanzi's battle prowess, so it wasn't that easy to block. Therefore, Ling Xiao did not dare to underestimate his opponent. The remaining 4 demon dragon swords continued to attack Hui Yuanzi. However, it was blocked by the yellow flames. The flames were like a yellow barrier, providing Hui Yuanzi with the perfect defense. However, at that moment, Hui Yuanzi's expression was extremely ugly. Truth be told, he was currently at a disadvantage. He could only defend passively and couldn't even unleash an attack. His attacks would be intercepted midway, making it impossible for him to harm Ling Xiao. Anyone with normal eyesight would be able to see what was happening. Ling Xiao stood there motionless, attacking and defending within a 5-meter radius of Hui Yuanzi. How could this Ling Xiao be so strong? Logically speaking, this shouldn't be happening. The black-robed devil emissary frowned as he began to question his own judgment. He must have some sort of hidden power. Perhaps his true battle prowess is even more terrifying than this. The white-robed divine emissary frowned. That's impossible. He's only in the 3rd stratum of the life-seizing level, yet he's still able to suppress Hua Yuanzi. Hua Yuanzi might be the weakest of the 4, but I don't believe you when you say that Ling Xiao is hiding his true strength. The black-robed devil emissary didn't dare to believe it, nor did he want to believe it. After all, if that was the case, then Ling Xiao's potential was simply too terrifying. That guy's gotten even stronger. Dugu Kanjing's brow furrowed. Apparently, Ling Xiao had only been gone for a few days, and yet he had already grown stronger. If he didn't get rid of Yang Qi soon, he would become a huge problem in the future. Interesting. No, Wonder Mammoth Mountain got killed in the Sword Dynasty. So, the Sword Dynasty has geniuses like him. Mammoth Mountain chuckled, as if he didn't care at all. Hui Yuanzi is in trouble, Iceberg Mountain said coolly. He's in trouble. Of course, Hui Yuanzi had no idea what these people were thinking. However, he was in a bit of a dilemma. It didn't matter how terrifying his attacks were, they would be blocked by the 5 swords. Under the attacks of the 4 Mo Longzi swords, his own defense was in imminent danger. Hui Yuanzi finally understood why Ling Xiao was so arrogant. Yang Qi's strength was truly terrifying. Is that all you've got? Yang Qi said, It seems I overestimated you. Now, I'll show you what I'm really capable of. To put it bluntly, the Devil Dragon Sun swords were just ordinary attacks. Although Ling Xiao's ordinary attacks could reach the level of greater mastery of a medium general level martial technique. But that was the limit after all. However, there were more possibilities for martial technique attacks. Yang Qi didn't even need to perform any hand seals. A ghost king appeared in front of Ling Xiao. That was the terrifying thing about the 5 Ghosts secret technique. It could attack at any time. The Ghost King leaped into the air, disregarding the distance of tens of meters. He descended from the sky and grabbed at Hui Yuanzi with his terrifying ghost claws. Humph! No matter how strong your attacks are, my defense is not to be trifled with. Hui Yuanzi snorted. Although he was surprised by Ling Xiao's attack, he gritted his teeth. He didn't believe that Ling Xiao could break through his defense. Defense? I'm just kidding. Do you really think your defense is that strong? Ling Xiao sneered. The Ghost King's claws landed. Crack! A crack finally appeared on Hui Yuanzi's defense. That crack was enough to kill him. The 4 Devil Dragon Sun swords, which had been attacking nonstop, drilled into the crack and widened it even more. The Ghost King waved its claws in anger. Hui Yuanzi, who had lost his defense, was blasted out of the arena. So what if you've leveled up your martial technique? In my eyes, You're just an insignificant passerby. Ling Xiao looked coldly at Hui Yuanzi, who was sent flying out of the arena, and walked down the arena. Ling Xiao wins. Wow. As soon as the result was announced, the entire arena was in an uproar. Almost everyone's gaze was on the arrogant Ling Xiao. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Their faces were filled with fear. Their faces were filled with shock. On the judges' seats, the black-robed demon envoy was silent for a long time after the result was announced. First, Jian Fulong defeated Hui Yuanzi, which made his judgment wrong. After all, Jian Fulong was an old monster who had lived for hundreds of years. Chapter 3266. I'm afraid this kid will be this year's surprise. The divine envoy in white laughed. You're still laughing? If he gets the 3 fiend god tokens, won't I go back on my word? The divine envoy in black said coldly, Are you stupid? If he gets the 3 fiend god tokens, won't he become the target of public criticism? When the time comes, let the people of Myriad Land snatch them back. You just need to help secretly. As long as you don't attack directly, it won't be considered breaking the rules. The divine envoy in white shook his head. That's right. The divine envoy in black's gloomy expression suddenly became cheerful. He laughed and said, Although this kid is powerful, he might not be able to get first place. After all, whether it's Dugu Kanjing, Xiang Mofei, or Bing Shan, they're all much stronger than Hui Yuanzi. But he hasn't exposed his true martial soul yet. He's hidden it well. The divine envoy in white laughed. That universal tiger and Vajra ape aren't his martial souls? I thought he had a rare dual martial soul. The divine envoy in black was obviously not as perceptive as the divine envoy in white, so he was a little surprised. Dual martial souls? I guess his martial soul is probably much more powerful than a dual martial soul. It's very likely that he has inherited some kind of beast god soul. Only beast god soul can be compatible with other beast gods. The divine envoy in white speculated, Beast god soul? Don't joke around. If he really has a beast god soul, I'd like to see it. But how can such a thing appear in a desolate place like the Western region? The divine envoy in black obviously didn't believe it. Let's see. If it's true, we have to report it to Master. The divine envoy in white pondered for a moment. While the two of them were discussing Ling Xiao, the people below the stage were also discussing. At this moment, Ling Xiao was no longer just a dark horse. He had become one of the 4 strongest cultivators. Because he defeated the strengthened version of Hui Yuanzi, he should be stronger than Jian Fulong in terms of strength. In the following battles, the martial artists who faced Ling Xiao chose to admit defeat because they didn't want to exhaust their strength in a battle that they had no chance of winning. After all, the top 3 contestants were to be born in each arena, not just one. In this way, all the battles in the second arena came to an end. The top 3 rankings were decided. First place, Ling Xiao. Ranked 2, Sword Subduing Dragon. Rank 3, Hui Yuanzi might have been injured by Ling Xiao, but a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. No one else could beat him. Naturally, Ling Xiao, who had defeated the strengthened Hui Yuanzi, became the undisputed number 1 and attracted the attention of countless people. No one dared to look down on him or laugh at him anymore. One after another, the battles in the other 3 arenas also ended. There were 9 people in total, including the 3 people in the second arena. There were 12 people in total. These people had all received the spirit stones promised by the black-clothed demon envoy. Next, they would advance to the finals. He would become the final contender for the 3 God-Fiend tokens. The 3 people in the first arena were first place, Dugu Kanjing second place, Foxfire third place, Lay Dalong, what people couldn't help but notice was that the second and third place both chose to admit defeat when fighting against Dugu Kanjing. This was enough to show how terrifying Dugu Kanjing was. Arena 3 rankings. First place, Xiang Mofei. Second place, Murongqi. Third place, Yu Fei. Yu Fei and Murongqi were dark horses like Ling Xiao. Some people even said that Ling Xiao was only lucky to have gone to the weakest arena, the second arena. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to get first place. Murongqi's ice martial soul was exceptionally terrifying. Yu Fei's soul technique was also strange, but it was still slightly inferior to Murongqi's. He was only ranked third. The first place in the fourth arena was naturally Bingshan. There was no suspense about this. The second and third place came from the other 8 factions. They were already quite old. In fact, the most surprising faction in today's Tea Party was the Sword Dynasty. The Sword Dynasty that wasn't favored actually had 4 people in the top 12: Dugu Kanjing, Ling Xiao, Jian Fulong, and Murongqi. Although it was already late, everyone only rested for an hour before the finals officially began. The 2 God-fiend envoys didn't seem to be willing to stay in the western region for a while longer. The 4 arenas merged into one and became an even bigger arena for the finals. The 12 finalists sat upright and still, preparing for the fight for the God-fiend token. As for those who were eliminated, they weren't in a hurry to leave. There were many accidents in this tea party. They all wanted to see who would be able to obtain the 3 tokens in the end. Let's begin. First match, Dugu Kanjing versus Li Qingzong. Humph, Dugu Kanjing. This old man wants to see how capable the emperor of the Sword Dynasty is. Just these last words. Dugu Kanjing looked at Li Qingzong with contempt. He directly attacked, and a terrifying power swept out. Li Qingzong felt as if the blood in his body was being sucked out. He was so frightened that his face changed, and he actually jumped off the arena. He was an expert, after all. If he really wanted to admit defeat, Dugu Kanjing couldn't do anything about it. He wasn't like the trash he encountered before. Even if they wanted to admit defeat, they couldn't and were quickly killed by him. Second match, Ling Xiao versus Yu Fei. The first person to enter the arena was the champion of the 4 arenas. In front of me, your strength will become meaningless. Yu Fei looked coldly at Ling Xiao. Others were afraid of Ling Xiao, but he wasn't. After all, his fighting style was different from others. Is that so? Then please make your move. Ling Xiao looked at Yu Fei and said indifferently. He knew how powerful his opponent was. Soul mystic arts were very difficult to defend against. Sometimes, even if your cultivation was higher, you would still be defeated by your opponent. Then I won't be polite. Yu Fei snorted coldly. Suddenly, the entire arena turned black. It was gloomy as if it was a ghost realm. Everyone quietly looked at the 2 people in the arena. They didn't know what would happen next. Ling Xiao, why aren't you admitting defeat? Suddenly, Yu Fei roared. This voice came from the ghost realm. To many people, it sounded like the voice of a ghost. It was very terrifying. Many cultivators directly knelt on the ground and shouted that they admitted defeat. They were affected by Yu Fei's soul mystic art. These people were only affected by it. Then what would happen to Ling Xiao, who bore the brunt of it? Everyone looked at Ling Xiao impatiently. How is this possible? The current Ling Xiao was still standing there calmly, with a smile on his face. He had no intention of admitting defeat at all. And when Yu Fei saw this scene, his brows furrowed slightly. Then he released an even more terrifying soul force. Ling Xiao, why aren't you kneeling down and admitting defeat? Many people knew about Yu Fei's soul mystic art. Chapter 3267. Although Murongqi and Xiang Mofei both won against Yu Fei, Even those two would be affected by Yu Fei's soul. Even when facing Yu Fei's soul secret technique, he would still be somewhat affected. He had only used other methods to break it. However, this Ling Xiao didn't seem to be affected at all. You dare to look down on me with just this bit of ability? Ling Xiao looked coldly at Yu Fei. He had no enmity with this person, so he naturally wouldn't kill him. However, he wouldn't let him off easily either. He had to make this guy learn his lesson. Yu Fei, kneel down and surrender. Suddenly, it was as if he had spat out a clap of thunder, his voice exploding on the stage. Compared to Yu Fei's random soul power, his attack was much more precise. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Yu Fei's eyes instantly became lifeless. Then, he knelt down on the stage. I admit defeat. What? This scene simply dumbfounded everyone who saw it. A Soul Hall martial artist who was proficient in soul techniques actually lost to Ling Xiao in terms of soul power? Was there any justice in this? Ling Xiao wins. The black-robed demon envoy's mouth twitched as he announced Ling Xiao's victory. It seemed like Ling Xiao's continuous victories made him a little unhappy. He shouldn't be a beast god martial soul possessor. Otherwise, he wouldn't waste time studying soul techniques. Furthermore, his soul power isn't weak. The black-robed demon envoy thought to himself. No matter what he was thinking, Yu Fei had already regained his senses on the stage. Seeing Ling Xiao turn around and walk down the stage, he instantly recalled what happened before and actually spat out a mouthful of old blood. It was completely infuriating to think that he was so smug in front of Ling Xiao. Now that he thought about it, it was really embarrassing. The instant Ling Xiao walked down the stage, the entire place was dead silent. In their eyes, Ling Xiao was filled with mystery and unfathomable. His strength was incomparably terrifying, defeating Xiong Ben. He even knew the imperial sword technique and defeated Hui Yuanzi. Now, they suddenly discovered that he also knew soul techniques. Isn't he too omnipotent? What exactly is his weakness? After Ling Xiao left the ring, Mo Fei, the champion of the third ring, also entered the ring. His opponent was Hu Hua from the first arena. Facing Foxfire, Elephant Mo Fei did the same thing as before. It was still an ordinary punch, but it contained the might of a dragon and elephant, terrifying and direct. He directly blasted Foxfire out of the arena. In the fourth ring, Bing Shan encountered Morong Qi. This battle was probably the longest battle the strongest had ever fought. Morong Qi and Bing Shan already had a grudge against each other, and both of them were proficient in ice martial spirits. The dark and gloomy battle lasted for a full 200 rounds. In the end, Bing Shan was defeated by Morong Qi. This was the second person among the four strongest to be defeated. The black-clothed demon envoy's frown deepened. That Morong Qi should be a member of the Morong family of the Ice Dynasty. No wonder his ice martial spirit is so powerful. He has the blood of the ice spirit in his body. I misjudged him. At this point, the four champions of the arena had already appeared. Other than Bing Shan, who was unexpectedly defeated by Morong Qi, the other three won easily, and the battle wouldn't end in the first round. Under normal circumstances, each of the 12 fighters would have to fight 11 battles, unless someone was killed or completely lost the ability to fight. However, such a situation hadn't happened yet. After all the battles, according to the rules, whoever won the most battles would be the champion and receive 3 god-themed tokens. If the top 2 had the same number of victories, it would depend on the relationship between the 2 sides. In short, there was no draw in such a battle, only victory and defeat. If the winner couldn't be determined within 300 moves, the black-clothed demon envoy would judge and choose one person to advance. After the first round of battles ended, some were happy and some were sad. Among them, Jian Fulong had defeated Lei Dalong from the first ring with a sharp blade. His opponent wasn't strong, so he was still a dark horse. He had won, and those who had won like him were naturally happy. However, those who had lost weren't discouraged. After all, there were 11 battles. They didn't believe that others wouldn't lose. In the second round of battles, the 4 champions of the arena still didn't meet. However, Dugu Kanjing met Hua Yuanzi. Hua Yuanzi gave it his all, but he could only block 3 of Dugu Kanjing's moves. In the end, he jumped off the stage and admitted defeat in order to save his life. After losing 3 rounds in a row, Hua Yuanzi's expression didn't look too good. However, it seemed that he hadn't completely given up hope. Perhaps in Hua Yuanzi's opinion, he was just unlucky to have met 3 freaks. Next, Ling Xiao encountered Jian Fulong. There was nothing much to say about this battle. Jian Fulong directly admitted defeat. He knew Ling Xiao's current strength very well. If one of them could get first place, he believed that it would definitely be Ling Xiao, and not him. Such tacit agreement to admit defeat made the audience very unhappy. However, there were still exciting battles, so they quickly shifted their attention. In this round, Bing Shan didn't disappoint his supporters and defeated his opponent cleanly. However, there wasn't the slightest smile on his face. It was no wonder that he lost to Murong Qi. This was also a kind of humiliation. The second round of battles ended quickly. There weren't many people who maintained their peak condition. Only Dugu Kanjing, Ling Xiao, Xiang Mofei, and Murong Qi were left. In the third round, Dugu Kanjing's opponent chose to surrender. If Hua Yuanzi couldn't even block 3 moves, there was no point in continuing the battle. This kind of battle, where one admitted defeat, made the audience the most unhappy. Previously, Jian Fulong admitted defeat. Now, Dugu Kanjing's opponent also admitted defeat. They couldn't help but look forward to the next battle. Ling Xiao versus Bing Shan. Following this announcement, the audience was thunderous. Although Bing Shan lost to Murong Qi, he also lasted 200 rounds. They believed that this battle would be incomparably exciting. Of course, there were also some who looked forward to how long Ling Xiao could continue his journey as a dark horse. First, he defeated Hua Yuanzi. Next, he had to face Bing Shan. Ling Xiao had already encountered 2 of the 4 strongest people recognized by the black-robed demon envoy. Losing to Murong Qi made me lose face. Looks like I can only change this situation by defeating Ling Xiao. Bing Shan treated Ling Xiao as a springboard, or rather, a stepping stone. To him, Ling Xiao had to be defeated. Only then could he maintain his hope of obtaining the God-Fiend order. Even if he lost to Murong Qi once, it didn't matter. Therefore, he was determined to win this battle. He couldn't lose. A battle that he couldn't lose was a battle with his back against the wall. Bing Shan's battle intent was very strong. As he stood there, even his temperament changed. Previously, he was cold, but now he was blazing like a flame, as if he wanted to melt the enemy in front of him. Compared to him, Ling Xiao was much calmer. In Ling Xiao's eyes, if Bing Shan could lose to Murong Qi, he couldn't be considered a strong opponent at all. At most, he was a little stronger than Hua Yuanzi. Chapter 3268. I'm sorry, Dark Horse. Your path ends here. Iceberg wanted to use defeating Ling Xiao to boost his morale. Perhaps you'll be the one to end your life. Ling Xiao said coolly, Murong Qi defeated you in 200 moves. As for me, I only needed 3. Although Ling Xiao's expression was calm, his words were filled with arrogance and domineering arrogance. Bing Shan's face turned gloomy. It seems that losing to Murong Qi has made me look down on. 3 moves? Let's see how you'll beat me in 3 moves. As he spoke, Iceberg covered himself with a layer of protection. A thick layer of ice covered his body like a suit of armor. Not only was it beautiful to look at, it was also immensely powerful. I can tell you how to defeat you right now. Ling Xiao laughed. The first move is to break through your defenses. The second move is to break your attack. The third move is to defeat you. It's that simple. Bring it on. Even Murong Qi had to use over 100 moves to break through my defenses. Your cultivation base is only in the 3rd division of life seizing. I refuse to believe that you're stronger than her. Iceberg was ready to deal with it. Ling Xiao didn't waste any more words. Instead, he transformed into his undying bird beast soul. Then, he used the evasive sword light to attack Iceberg. He moved so quickly that Iceberg didn't even have time to react. All he could do was rely on his defenses to block. To Iceberg's relief, he had put on his armor of ice. Otherwise, he would have been in a lot of trouble. Undying Bird's strange flame. Boom! Terrifying flames erupted the moment Ling Xiao came into contact with the ice mountain. That was a deviant flame. As for the ice mountain's defense, it was at most a demonic fire-level ice. How could he block that? In the blink of an eye, the armor of ice melted away, revealing Iceberg. One move. The corners of Ling Xiao's mouth curled upwards, revealing a teasing smile. What? Ice Mountain did not expect Ling Xiao to be able to break through his defense in one hit, but he was still an elite. He did not think too much about it, so he quickly attacked to push Ling Xiao back. The surrounding cold air quickly gathered towards his hands. His palms struck out furiously. The huge palm print seemed to be condensed from cold air, instantly causing the surrounding temperature to drop by a lot. After all, this was an attack that Ice Mountain had prepared beforehand, so it was very powerful. It was almost as powerful as an all-out attack. Let's see how you block my attack. He roared angrily and released cold air. The entire arena began to be invaded by ice. However, the place where Ling Xiao stood could not be frozen. The flames that were constantly released turned all the approaching cold air into water vapor. Block. There was no need for that. I'll beat you and your attack together. Advanced general level martial art, Golden Dragon Seal. Facing Iceberg, Ling Xiao did not hold back. He used the Golden Dragon mark in his undying bird beast soul transformation mode. A terrifying golden dragon flew out from his hands. The blazing temperature suddenly dispelled all the cold. Roar! The roaring golden dragon knocked away Ice Mountain's palm print and then hit Ice Mountain's body. It almost knocked Ice Mountain out of the arena. However, the Golden Dragon Seal was greatly weakened by Ice Mountain's palm print. Plus, Ice Mountain's defense was good, so he did not fall out of the arena. However, Ling Xiao would not waste this opportunity to beat him up. The third move. 5 Ghost Mystic Art. In Ghost. Suddenly, a ghostly figure appeared in the darkness and hit Ice Mountain with a claw. Although the attack power of the In Ghost was not as strong as that of the Ghost King. The key was that it was hidden enough. Ice Mountain was already standing at the edge of the arena. When he was hit, he fell out of the arena. Ling Xiao wins. The black-clothed demon envoy's brows furrowed even tighter as he looked at Ling Xiao in confusion. He did not understand how strong this young man was. He could not tell. The demon in white also could not tell. However, Ling Xiao's strange fighting style made them both see the rise of a monstrous genius. Under the shocked gazes of the audience, Ling Xiao looked at Bing Shan, who had been thrown out of the stage, and said indifferently, "You want to use me as a stepping stone, but you don't know that you are just an ant blocking my path of growth. You overestimate yourself." Then he turned and walked down the arena, no longer paying attention to the loser. "You've really gained face this time. You've already defeated 2 of the 4 strongest. Now, you're about to become the focus of this tea party of gods and devils." Jian Fulong laughed. Martial uncle, those people are just trash from the 8 Supremes. If we're proud of defeating them, how are we going to face the real strong? Ling Xiao shook his head. The Tea Party of gods and devils this time really made him feel how terrifying the other 8 supremacies were. Although he did not say it, he knew in his heart that he had to use the golden dragon seal and the beast soul transformation to defeat Ice Mountain. What would he do if he encountered a real strong expert? Therefore, he had to continue to improve his strength. He would not forget himself because of this little achievement. That's true. Jian Fulong sighed. The decline of the Sword Dynasty was really helpless. He hoped that after the 8 Immortals' kingdom unified this place, the Sword Dynasty would change. Although they did not care about this victory, it was different for the others. Ling Xiao, the overbearing and arrogant young man, had become the most popular person in the audience. His attention even surpassed that of Mo Fei and Dugu Kanjing. After all, it was rare for a 16-year-old from the Sword Dynasty to achieve such amazing results. I wonder if he can fight against Mo Fei and Dugu Kanjing and let this dark horse continue. This was the thought in almost everyone's heart. At this time, even some of the cultivators from the 8 Supremes began to pay attention to Ling Xiao. They were looking forward to the next battle. At this time, the finals were still ongoing. Mo Fei still easily defeated his opponent as if he was blowing off dust. He continued his glory as the strongest. This round was more worthy of attention, and it was the battle between Jian Fulong and Morong Qi. The battle between the 2 dark horses was really exciting. In the end, Jian Fulong's skill was better, and he defeated Morong Qi despite being seriously injured. He became the dark horse second only to Ling Xiao. After getting off the stage, Jian Fulong consumed a recovery elixir and began to treat his injuries. He turned a deaf ear to everything that was happening outside. In the next round, Dugu Kanjing, Ling Xiao, and Mo Fei maintained their proud record, a complete victory. The 3 of them were the last 3 cultivators to maintain a complete victory. So much so that people could not help but guess that the 3 of them might be the final 3 in this Tea Party of gods and devils. Who was stronger? Chapter 3269. In this round, Ling Xiao's opponent was Hui Yuanzi again. This time, Hui Yuanzi did not even have the courage to fight. He directly admitted defeat. He had no choice. Ling Xiao's performance was too shocking, so much so that he no longer had the courage to fight. He could only obediently submit. However, people were more looking forward to the battle between the 3 cultivators who had maintained a perfect record. That would be even more exciting. Perhaps the heavens were responding to the audience's expectations. Finally, 2 of the 3 strongest cultivators met. Dugu Kanjing's opponent, Mo Fei. As this voice sounded, the whole place was in an uproar. Countless people cheered. Up until now, Dugu Kanjing and Xiang Mo Fei had maintained a perfect record. In this battle, one of them would definitely be defeated. Therefore, both sides would definitely fight with all their might. Who would win and who would lose would be extremely exciting. Dugu Kanjing was an old monster from thousands of years ago who had come back from the dead. He had cultivated an extremely ruthless cultivation technique. Up until now, all the cultivators who had fought him had either admitted defeat or been easily defeated. It was the same for Xiang Mo Fei. His terrifying Dracophant power had defeated all his opponents with a single punch. He did not give his opponents a chance at all. Of the 2, Dugu Kanjing was more bizarre. Xiang Mo Fei was purely powerful, not to mention the others. Even Ling Xiao was extremely interested in this battle. He also wanted to know who was stronger between Xiang Mo Fei and Dugu Kanjing. More importantly, he wanted to know what their weaknesses were. Perhaps he would be able to find out through this battle. Let's begin. The black-robed demon, Envoy, calmly announced the start of the battle. However, the two cultivators on the field did not immediately attack. In a battle between strong cultivators, the one who attacked first would usually be the unluckier one, unless you were confident that your moves were flawless, or you were confident that you were much stronger than your opponent. Otherwise, when faced with such a situation, one would usually choose to observe and look for the opponent's flaws before waiting for an opportunity to attack. A minute quickly passed. Finally, the first one to lose his patience was Xiang Mo Fei. Xiang Mo Fei felt an evil aura closing in on him, but he did not know how his opponent did it. Therefore, at this time, he could only take the initiative to attack to prevent himself from being ambushed. The moment he launched his attack, the roar of a dragon elephant suddenly resounded in the arena. The golden light kept flashing above the arena, and there were actually the shadows of dragons and elephants. Facing Dugu Kanjing, Xiang Mofei quickly entered his dracophant form. His terrifying power was 10 times stronger than before. Although he was still in his human form, he was much stronger in every aspect. When he stepped on the stage, there was a rumbling sound, as if there was an earthquake. At the same time, Dugu Kanjing also launched his own attack. Behind him, a huge illusory figure appeared. The body of the illusory figure seemed to be made of magma. The illusory figure's eyes were fixed on Xiang Mofei. Ling Xiao could clearly feel the fluctuations of soul power in the air. Sure enough, that guy Dugu Kanjing is not only proficient in ordinary battle techniques, but he's also proficient in soul secret techniques. Ling Xiao thought to himself as he watched the battle in the arena. Soul power was all-pervasive. He was like a ghost. That aura of death, bleakness, and despair made Xiang Mofei feel very uncomfortable. He had already launched a punch, but it suddenly stopped midway. Although he had already reacted, he was still affected by Dugu Kanjing's soul secret technique. The huge monster behind Dugu Kanjing had a strange red light in its eyes. It seemed to be the one controlling everything. At this moment, everyone was staring intently at the arena of the finals, afraid that they would miss out on any exciting details. There were many types of battles between experts. The most common type was when the victor couldn't be decided for several days and nights. But there was another type. Even if both sides had the same strength, the victor could be decided in an instant. A moment of carelessness could lead to defeat. A single opportunity could lead to victory. Today's battle was the second possibility. Both Dugu Kanjing and Xiang Mofei had the ability to finish off their opponent in one move. Now, it was up to who could grasp this opportunity. Will Xiang Mofei lose? Jian Fulong asked. He wasn't very familiar with soul secret techniques, so it was difficult for him to make a judgment. It's hard to say. The dracophant power is an ancient power. As long as it's used properly, ordinary soul secret techniques won't have any effect at all. Ling Xiao said, after thinking for a moment. At this moment, he was unable to determine who would win this battle. Of course, Xiang Mofei's current situation was rather bad. Because he was being attacked by Dugu Kanjing's soul secret technique, he was the first to fall into a passive state. It was obvious that he was struggling. A look of struggle appeared on his confident and domineering face, but the confidence in his eyes didn't decrease. His body was trembling nonstop. Rumble! As if an ancient giant beast was trying to break free from its seal, the entire arena began to shake violently. The dracophant race is indeed tyrannical. Dugu Kanjing frowned. If it were anyone else, they would have long been at his mercy. But Xiang Mofei actually began to move again. Although his speed was very fast, the fist energy he released still enveloped the entire arena. Then, it heavily bombarded Dugu Kanjing's body. Dugu Kanjing's expression changed, and a trace of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. The moment he was injured, the confidence in Xiang Mofei's eyes grew even stronger. His movements also became more agile. Terrifying Dracophant aura spread over the arena, showing signs of completely destroying the soul secret technique. Even Ling Xiao had to admit that the Dracophant martial soul was very powerful, because the Dracophants of the Black Tortoise continent didn't have the blood of Dracophants, and because of the restrictions, they couldn't unleash the true power of the Dracophant martial soul. But even so, the Dracophant martial soul still gave them incomparably powerful fighting strength. There was no need to doubt this point. Dugu Kanjing's expression changed slightly. The cold light in his eyes suddenly became more intense. Behind him, the huge monster opened its mouth and spat out a cloud of black mist, which began to envelop Xiang Mofei. Although Xiang Mofei could still move, his movements were very clumsy. If he took advantage of this opportunity to attack, Xiang Mofei wouldn't be able to resist. As the black mist attacked, Xiang Mofei's situation became even worse. However, the golden light that rose from his body helped him block the black smoke. But no one knew how long it would last. Roar! Suddenly, a terrifying roar burst out from Xiang Mofei's mouth. His originally lifeless eyes became incomparably clear in an instant. His loosened fists clenched together once more. It seemed that he had broken free from the control of Dugu Kanjing's soul secret technique. Unorthodox, evil, boring. Watch as I shatter everything with one punch. Chapter 3270. A soul-stirring battle unfolded on the stage. Xiang Mofei finally broke free from the shackles of the soul secret technique and fully released his Dracophant force. Like a primordial beast that had just broken free, it shocked all the martial artists present. Dugu Kanjing frowned slightly. The attack that was effective against all the previous opponents was ineffective against Xiang Mofei. Your end is here. Xiang Mofei looked at Dugu Kanjing and sneered. Wrapped in the terrifying Dracophant force, he rushed out. There was nothing that could stop him. There was nothing that could make him afraid. Is that so? Dugu Kanjing smiled disdainfully. I'm just testing the power of my new move on you. It looks pretty good. If you didn't have Dracophant force, you would already be my puppet. It's time to end this boring battle. Monster from the abyss. Troll puppet, defeat him. Following Dugu Kanjing's cold shout, the huge black shadow behind him gradually solidified, and then quickly turned into a solid entity. Roar! The terrifying roar shook the heavens. What's that? Xiang Mofei's face instantly turned extremely ugly. However, he could no longer retract his fists and heavily slammed into the huge monster. It gave him the feeling that he had crashed into a mountain. The other party had no problem, but he was in incomparable pain all over his body. It was as if he had experienced a nightmare. Lose. The troll puppet waved its huge fist and smashed it at Xiang Mofei. At that moment, although Xiang Mofei tried his best to resist, his body was still involuntarily sent flying. In the end, he landed in a corner of the stage hundreds of meters away. He was also seriously injured. The martial artists of myriad countries had already given him healing pills. However, while the injuries on Xiang Mofei's body could be healed, the wounds in his heart were bleeding. He had lost so decisively. The moment he broke free from Dugu Kanjing's soul secret technique, he thought he had won. However, the outcome was really unacceptable. Can you win? Jian Fulong looked at Ling Xiao and asked, I can't win. Ling Xiao shook his head. He could say with certainty that even if he used the Sky Tyrant martial soul, he couldn't win against Dugu Kanjing. Then what should we do? You're just going to watch the fiend god token fall into that guy's hands. Jian Fulong grew anxious. Just because I can't win now doesn't mean that I can't win when I fight him. I like to fight against the strong. the corner of Ling Zhao's mouth finally raised into that incomparably excited smile. Dugu Kanjing was truly a good opponent. Only Dugu Kanjing could help him improve his cultivation. Other people really couldn't do it. Finally, the outcome of the battle between the winners had been decided. Dugu Kanjing was the one who maintained his undefeated streak, while Mammoth Mo Fei suffered a defeat. I didn't expect that the remaining two who maintained a perfect record were actually from the Sword Dynasty. It seems like Master has a deeper meaning for us to arrange this tea party of gods and devils in the Sword Dynasty. The white-robed divine, Envoy said, with a smile. Humph, that Dugu Kanjing is still acceptable. That Ling Zhao's complete victory isn't that convincing. He hasn't even fought Mo Fei yet. The black-robed divine, Envoy said, with a cold snort. He had always been prejudiced against Ling Zhao. He probably couldn't stand the fact that this kid could have such strength at such a young age. Ling Zhao didn't know about the discussion between the two. He was only staring at Dugu Kanjing. Even if he couldn't get the Fiend God token this time, he still had to get some benefits from Dugu Kanjing. The battle of the finals was still ongoing. The healing medicine that Mammoth Mo Fei ate seemed to have a good effect. After several rounds of battle, he finally recovered to his peak state. During this period, he even defeated those who dared to challenge him. It was still a punch, and it was still as powerful as before. At this time, people realized that although Mammoth Mo Fei lost to Dugu Kanjing, it wasn't because he was too weak, but because Dugu Kanjing was too strong. As if to vent his displeasure, Mammoth Mo Fei attacked his opponents even more ruthlessly. He had already killed several people. Even Jian Fulong was injured by Mammoth Mo Fei, breaking several ribs. That guy is so strong. Dugu Kanjing can actually defeat him. Unbelievable. Jian Fulong returned to the foot of the stage, his face somewhat worried. Martial uncle, don't worry. He's not my match. Ling Zhao still maintained absolute confidence. Right at this time, the black-clothed devil envoy called out his name. Ling Zhao's opponent, Mo Fei. The moment this duel came out, the entire audience was in an uproar again. Mammoth Mo Fei's strength was second only to Dugu Kanjing. Practically everyone already positioned him as the second strongest. If Ling Zhao could defeat him, then he could be ranked second. If not, then he could only be ranked third. You're also a martial artist of Sword Dynasty, so don't blame me for venting my anger on you. Mammoth Mo Fei looked coldly at Ling Zhao and said, Moreover, you once killed several martial artists of my myriad kingdom at Devil Dragon Sword Court. I already know about this matter. Today, I'll use your blood to pay tribute to their souls. Likewise, Ling Zhao looked at Mammoth Mo Fei and said, You seriously injured my martial uncle. Today, I'll let you be like him. Ha ha ha. Since that's the case, release your full strength. Don't hide it. Otherwise, you're definitely not my match. Mammoth Mo Fei laughed loudly, and then suddenly stared at Ling Zhao. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Could it be that Mammoth Mo Fei actually saw through Ling Zhao's hidden strength? Full strength? I'm afraid you can't bear it. Ling Zhao smiled. But since you've seen through it, then I'll let you experience my true strength. As he spoke, Ling Zhao's body began to change. This time, it was the strongest, everlasting, heavenly rat beast soul transformation. Not only that more than 10 beast souls appeared behind him at the same time. Each of them was incomparably ferocious and exuded an incomparably terrifying aura. Seeing this scene, everyone's heart trembled. They had long heard that there were people in this world who could control more than 2 martial spirits at the same time. But 3 or 4 was already the limit. How could they have expected that Ling Zhao actually had more than 10 martial spirits? This was too unbelievable. Standing in front of Ling Zhao, Mammoth Mo Fei felt it the most. It was definitely not just a change in appearance. He could also feel that Ling Xiao's strength was rapidly increasing. Left with no choice, he also entered the dragon-elephant transformation. What kind of cultivator are you? How can you have so many beast souls? Mammoth Mo Fei asked in surprise. In this world, there's a secret technique called Spirit Restraint Dispatch Generals. As long as one has enough soul power, they can dispatch as many martial spirits as they want. Ling Xiao only said this on a whim. The secret technique of spirit capture and generals did exist, but only the cultivators of the Immortal Court continent knew how to use it. But it didn't matter as long as he had it. He was just using it to conceal his beast god soul to prevent the two envoys from seeing through it. So it's Spirit Restraint Dispatch Generals. How did this kid obtain such a secret technique? Chapter 3271. What he said might not be true. Perhaps he's trying to hide something. The white-robed divine emissary was smarter. Ha, Spirit Hunter and Dispatch Generals, you really know how to brag. Why don't you say you have the Blood Soul Talisman? Xiang Mofei sneered. He didn't believe it either. He felt that Ling Xiao was only using some sort of disguise. Blood Soul Talisman? I do have it. Ling Xiao chuckled with a thought. A talisman flew out of his head. The talisman grew in the wind and became enormous. Interesting, isn't it? This is called the 18 Hell Talisman. The Blood Soul Talisman in the air released a terrifying and sinister aura. The 18 gates of hell represented the 18 layers of hell. It was extremely powerful. He really does have it. Xiang Mofei wasn't the only one who was shocked. The black-robed divine emissary also stood up in shock. Does that kid have some sort of background? A blood soul talisman, like this isn't something an ordinary person can possess. Perhaps what he said about Spirit Hunter and Dispatch Generals is true. Seeing the blood soul talisman, the white-robed divine emissary had no choice but to believe Ling Xiao's words. On the arena, Xiang Mofei had already regained his composure. So, what if you have the Blood Soul Talisman or Spirit Hunter and Dispatch Generals? Your cultivation is too weak. You're still no match for me. As Xiang Mofei spoke, he took the initiative to attack. With pulsing steps, he charged at Ling Xiao like a lightning elephant. But once again, Xiang Mofei stopped midway, his body extremely stiff. To the onlookers, this scene seemed familiar. It was the scene of Xiang Mofei and Dugu Kanjing's battle. Again, or a soul's secret art. The audience did not like this kind of battle. They could not see a battle between souls, so although they could feel the tense atmosphere, they could not feel the real battle. It was still very boring. Right now, Xiang Mofei was in a terrible situation. His surroundings instantly changed. It was as if he was no longer on the arena, but in hell. All around him were demons, ghosts, and prisoners being punished. He was one of these prisoners, and Ling Xiao was the leader of these demons. Try all 18,000 torture instruments of the 18 layers of hell. I'd like to see how long you can last. Ling Xiao's voice was cold. All of this was happening in the spiritual world. No one outside could see it. Only Ling Xiao and Xiang Mofei could see and converse with each other. This illusion was created by Ling Xiao's four-leaf demonic eyes and the 18 Hell Talisman. He'd just noticed that Mammoth Mofei was completely defenseless against Dugu Kanjing's secret soul technique. Later on, the reason why he was able to break free was all because of the eruption of the Dracophant force. However, that was because Dugu Kanjing's soul secret technique was too weak. The reason why the Spiritas were so terrifying was that if one's soul force was weaker than theirs, they would be tormented from the very start of the battle. It had to be said that Mofei was a tough nut to crack. He had tasted all the torture tools in the first layer of hell, and a full day had passed in this world. Of course, only a few minutes had passed in the outside world. But Xiang Mafei had been tortured for a day. I have to admire your endurance. But how long can you really last? This is only the first layer. There are still 17 layers of hell below. Ling Xiao chuckled. Xiang Mafei, on the other hand, was on the verge of breaking down. Xiang Mafei held on, but not long after the second layer of hell began. He could no longer hold on. More than 10 minutes had passed in the outside world. Xiang Mafei, who was standing there, suddenly fell to the ground. His consciousness was blurred, and he had fainted. This scene caused the spectators to be somewhat astonished, because this battle was a spiritual confrontation. No matter how exciting it was, they could not see it. But Xiang Mafei was defeated, and defeated so miserably. He broke free from Dugu Kanjing's soul secret technique, but was suppressed by Ling Xiao's soul secret technique. He did not even have the slightest ability to resist. Carry him down. Ling Xiao wins. Once again, Ling Xiao won. And on the surface, he looked very relaxed. He just stood there and stared at Xiang Mafei for more than 10 minutes. But the martial artists who knew the terror of soul secret techniques understood how dangerous it was. Ling Xiao smiled faintly, turned around, and walked down the arena in a carefree manner. He still maintained a complete victory. The black-clothed demon envoy was speechless. Just now, it was the white-clothed divine envoy who announced the results for him. He really could not accept that Xiang Mafei lost to Ling Xiao so easily. This was too strange. It was completely a bullying way of fighting. When Ling Xiao walked down the stage, the eyes of the audience were focused on him. Among these eyes, there was admiration, reverence, fear, and unwillingness. At the same time, there was some eerie killing intent. This kid is growing too fast. Looks like we have to finish him off today. Dugu Kanjing's expression was not very good. The Sword Dynasty produced such a genius. It can't be another Dugu Kanjing, right? The faces of the martial artists of the other 8 forces were somewhat gloomy. Back then, when Dugu Kanjing was not the monster he was now, he had blocked the invasion of the 8 Supremes with his own strength. How powerful and terrifying was that? Of course, the current Dugu Kanjing's strength was far from before. If not for the immemorial divine tomb opening, and the owner of the Fiend God token not allowing battles at this time, the Sword Dynasty would have been destroyed. Originally, the people of the 8 Supremes had a good plan. After the matter of the immemorial divine tomb was settled, they would attack the Sword Dynasty. But now, a character like Ling Xiao had appeared. Once he walked out of the immemorial divine tomb, the world of the 9 Supremes would probably be reshuffled. He must be eliminated. He must not be left alive. The martial artists of the other 8 forces were also secretly planning. After Ling Xiao walked down the stage, the finals were basically coming to an end. It was now the 8th round, and the rankings were basically set. The only thing that could not be confirmed was whether the first and second place would be Dugu Kanjing or Ling Xiao. The battle between the old and young would be the final focus. It was also the final suspense. Therefore, the people were arguing very fiercely about this battle. Dugu Kanjing's giant demon puppet defeated Xiang Mafei head-on, and he also has a secret soul art. His strength is definitely stronger than Ling Xiao's. But don't forget, Ling Xiao used a secret soul art to torture Xiang Mafei until he fainted. Can Dugu Kanjing really withstand it? It's hard to be sure. Both of them are currently undefeated. It's still unknown who will win and who will lose. But what is certain is that this battle will be very lively. Amidst the arguments and arguments, the curtains of the final battle finally opened. Chapter 3272. You host the Fiend God Tea Party. I have something to do. seeing Dugu Kanjing and Ling Xiao step onto the stage, the black-robed demon envoy stood up and said coldly, "No problem, but I have to warn you that you have to know your limits. Be careful that Master doesn't find trouble with you." The white-robed demon envoy said indifferently, "Don't worry, I'll arrange everything. In any case, I can't let the 3 Fiend God tokens fall into the hands of the Sword Dynasty." The black-robed demon envoy nodded and said, "As long as you don't say anything, no one will know that I did something." "Of course I won't say anything, but you still have to be careful." "Of course." The black-robed demon envoy turned and left. At this moment, everyone's attention was on the stage. Even if someone noticed that the black-robed demon envoy had disappeared, they wouldn't care. After all, who would dare to ask such an expert why he left unless they were tired of living? He might as well watch the battle from the sidelines. Dugu Kanjing couldn't wait to step onto the stage. As long as he defeated Ling Xiao, the 3 Fiend God tokens would be his. Of course, not only did he want to defeat Ling Xiao today, but he also wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to kill Ling Xiao. He couldn't let this kid continue to live. Otherwise, even if he recovered his cultivation in the future, he wouldn't be a match for this kid. Ling Xiao also stepped onto the stage and looked at Dugu Kanjing with a smile. "Old man, you want to kill me, right? You're quite self-aware. If I don't kill you, the Sword Dynasty will never have a day of peace. This world must belong to my Dugu clan." Dugu Kanjing said coldly, "Back then, if it weren't for my existence, the Sword Dynasty would have been divided by the other 8 forces. Now, I'm just taking back everything that should be mine." "So, you took over the body of your descendant? So, you can be ungrateful? A dignified reason can't cover up your shamelessness and despicableness." Ling Xiao mocked. "Back then, you were a hero, but that hero has long fallen into the earth and only remains in people's hearts. Now, you're just a rotten soul. It's better to return to your hell." "So, what if I'm rotten? As long as I can kill you." Dugu Kanjing sneered as a giant that seemed to be made of lava walked out from the void behind him. The giant's eyes emitted a strange red light. "Kill." Following Dugu Kanjing's command, the troll puppet swung its huge arms at Ling Xiao. The puppet that Dugu Beijian had painstakingly developed was ultimately taken over by Dugu Kanjing. This troll puppet was extremely ugly, but its combat power was even more terrifying than the demonic dragon puppet. There was also a wisp of Dugu Kanjing's soul inside. It was not controlled by words, but by soul control. Thus, it was more convenient to fight. "You can't kill me." Ling Xiao instantly entered the everlasting heavenly mouse beast soul transformation state. Then, a dozen beast souls appeared behind him. King Kong Ape Beast Soul, Indestructible King Kong. Ling Xiao roared and advanced instead of retreating. He soared into the sky like a goshawk and collided with the troll puppet. A terrifying force was transmitted through his arms, and Ling Xiao felt as if he was a small fish that had collided with a large ship. The hidden energy in his body began to erupt in order to relieve the injuries to his body. At the same time, Ling Xiao's cultivation was also increasing rapidly. The energy in his cultivation C had increased from 0 to 5%, and it was still increasing. The troll puppet's combat power was truly terrifying. However, Ling Xiao was not to be trifled with. His indestructible body, coupled with the king rank black tortoise divine body, although his body was in pain from the collision, he did not retreat half a step. "You are indeed stronger than that trash Xiang Mofei, but that's all." Dugu Kanjing snorted coldly and controlled the troll puppet to continuously attack, not giving Ling Xiao any chance to counterattack. The troll puppet consumed spirit stones. The number of spirit stones that the Heavenly Sword Hall had collected over the years was much more than the Demon Dragon Sword Court. It was enough for the troll puppet to use for many years. However, Ling Xiao's battle required the consumption of inner force and true essence. If this continued, the winner would definitely be him. He would exhaust his opponent to death. You must be thinking of exhausting me to death, right? Ling Xiao's voice suddenly sounded in Dugu Kanjing's ears, giving Dugu Kanjing a fright. He raised his head to look, but he could no longer find Ling Xiao's figure. Oh no, that kid is good at evading sword light steps. His speed is extremely fast. If he comes around to attack me, it will be troublesome. Dugu Kanjing's heart trembled. He hurriedly circulated his true essence and slammed his hands on the ground. From the ground, 7 or 8 skeletal claws stretched out and guarded him. At this moment, a sword light pierced over. The skeletal claws intercepted the sword light. Kid, it's useless. You want to use your movement technique to get close to me? It's just wishful thinking. Dugu Kanjing sneered. When using the troll puppet, he was relatively weak, so he was unwilling to fight Ling Xiao face to face. Fortunately, he knew enough defensive methods. He also had more attacking methods. Ground-rending ghost claw. As Dugu Kanjing spoke, he did not forget to attack. Suddenly, a huge blood-colored claw drilled out from the ground where Ling Xiao was and grabbed Ling Xiao's right leg. Then, the troll puppet took the opportunity to stomp down. Is it over? The audience looked at this scene in surprise. They were all a little surprised. Could it be that Ling Xiao was going to be defeated so easily by Dugu Kanjing? Purple lightning bull beast soul. Earthquakes. Just as the troll puppet's foot was about to stomp down, Ling Xiao let out a roar. All of a sudden, the entire island began to shake. Especially the finals arena, it was as if an earthquake was happening. The troll puppet's body was too big. The slightest shake would cause it to lose its balance and stagger back. It almost hit Dugu Kanjing, Golden Dragon Seal. Taking advantage of the fact that the other party was still unsteady, Ling Xiao formed a seal with both hands. A golden dragon roared crazily and hit the troll puppet's ankle. The troll puppet finally lost its balance and fell to the ground. Frost Dragon Beast Soul, Frost Dragon Breath. Ling Xiao opened his mouth, and a dense cold air enveloped the troll puppet. Although it could not freeze it into ice, the Frost Dragon Breath still made the troll puppet's body much more brittle. After falling to the ground, the troll puppet's body shattered. Parts scattered all over the ground. A puppet is still a puppet. No matter how powerful it is, it's just a brainless trash. If Dugu Kanjing didn't put his energy into this and focused on cultivation, I'm afraid he wouldn't have been possessed by you. The ice-revered sword appeared in Ling Xiao's hand. A terrifying light was condensing on the ice-revered sword. Ling Xiao didn't want to waste time with Dugu Kanjing. He planned to use his strongest attack to blast Dugu Kanjing off the stage. This was a competition, not a fight. As long as he could blast Dugu Kanjing off the stage, he would win. Chapter 3273. Revered Ice Sword. Complete release. As a premium emperor weapon, the revered ice sword naturally had its own special effects. However, Ling Xiao usually disdained to use it because its power wasn't great. But today, in order to defeat Dugu Kanjing, he naturally used it. In that instant, the entire stage was covered in ice. It didn't have any offensive power, but it made the stage extremely slippery. Get down! Ling Xiao instantly entered his beast transformation state. His body became incomparably huge, and his huge claws slapped towards Dugu Kanjing. Dugu Kanjing naturally wasn't afraid of Ling Xiao's attack, so he casually blocked it. The result was that the moment of contact, Dugu Kanjing rapidly retreated as if he was skating on ice. He couldn't control himself at all. In just an instant, he fell out of the stage. Along with the huge troll puppet, he fell out. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, stood in the same spot without moving an inch. If one looked carefully, they would discover that his feet were burning with flames that melted the ice. Therefore, not only was his feet not slippery, but they were also very stable. "Brat, you cheated. This doesn't count." Although Dugu Kanjing quickly flew up after falling out of the stage, it was meaningless. According to the rules, as long as one's body left the range of the stage, they would lose, even if they were flying in the air. Whether it counts or not, it's not up to you. It's up to the judge. Ling Xiao smiled and looked at the white-robed divine envoy. Not only did the battle with Dugu Kanjing increase his cultivation C energy by 20%, but it also made him the champion of the convention. The God-Devil token was definitely in his hands. Ling Xiao wins. The white-robed divine envoy didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She really didn't expect that Ling Xiao would do such a thing. "Many thanks." Ling Xiao smiled, then looked at Dugu Kanjing provocatively and said, "Sorry, the God-Devil token is mine." "Damn brat, you used such a deceitful method to obtain the God-Devil token. Can you keep it?" Dugu Kanjing gritted his teeth and said fiercely, "That's none of your business." Ling Xiao looked at Dugu Kanjing with disdain and flew to the white-robed divine envoy's side. The white-robed divine envoy took out 3 fiend god tokens and gave them to Ling Xiao. Then he bestowed upon Ling Xiao a defensive magic treasure, the ancient magic mirror. It was a high-quality imperial item and could defend against dozens of attacks from a 5th division life-sizer. It was really quite good. After receiving the prize, Ling Xiao didn't stay any longer. If he stayed here for even a minute longer, he might get into trouble. As the saying goes, treasuring a jade ring becomes a crime. "Uncle Master, you return to the Dragon Elephant Division alone first. I will bring the Fiend God token to lure those people away." It was naturally more convenient for Ling Xiao to be alone. "All right." Jian Fulong didn't say much. He knew that Ling Xiao had a lot of tricks up his sleeves and wouldn't be at a disadvantage. If he were to stay here, he would only add to Ling Xiao's troubles. He might as well return to the Dragon Elephant Division first. After Jian Fulong left, Ling Xiao flew in the direction of the Sun Island. Behind him was a large group of people. The God-Devil emissaries only cared about the tea of gods and devils, and didn't care about anything else. Therefore, if he wanted to leave safely, he would have to think of a way to do so himself. It was at this point that the black-robed divine envoy finally showed himself. "Is everything in order?" the white-robed divine envoy asked. "Of course. That brat won't be able to escape the Sun Sea." The black-robed divine envoy laughed coldly. Back on Sun Island, Ling Xiao suddenly stopped and hovered in midair, looking coldly at the tens of thousands of people chasing him. "The tea of gods and devils is over," he said. "Why are you still following me?" Ling Xiao said with a smile. "Cut the crap," Hui Yuhao said. "Don't ask questions you already know the answer to. Give me the Fiend God token, and I'll spare your puny life." It was Hui Yuanzi. Now that he didn't have to face Ling Xiao alone, he naturally felt more confident. "I got the Fiend God token with my own strength. Why should I give it to you?" Ling Xiao said, pursing his lips. "Humph, hand over the Fiend God token, or die." Dugu Kanjing snorted coldly. "That's right. Hand over the Fiend God token, or die." The rest of the people followed suit. "Good. Very good. I originally planned to let you leave the Sword Dynasty safely, but since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me." Ling Xiao sneered. The reason why he asked so many questions was because he wanted to decide whether to kill them. Extremely arrogant. "Do you think you're a match for so many of us without the protection of the Fiend God envoys?" Xiang Mofei said disdainfully. Hee, who told you that I'm alone? Ling Xiao suddenly revealed a mocking smile. Then, Sun Island suddenly shook. There were beasts flying in the sky, swimming in the water, and walking on the ground. Hundreds of thousands of beasts had already surrounded the island. Now, do you still think that you're confident of winning? Ling Xiao said with a smile. How is this possible? How can he control so many beasts? Where are the sunbirds here? Countless questions rose in everyone's mind. But at this moment, no one would tell them the answer because the beast horde had erupted. And the one controlling the beast horde this time was Ling Xiao. Morongqi, we can't stay here for long. Retreat first and mobilize the army to attack the Dragon Elephant Division. I don't believe that Ling Xiao won't return. Dugu Kanjing's face turned cold when he saw the beast horde approaching. He said to Morongqi, where there's life, there's hope. This kid set a trap for us today. We can't fall into it. Morongqi nodded, but did not leave immediately. Instead, he targeted Bingshan and suddenly launched an attack. He killed Bingshan in one move from behind and took advantage of the chaos to attack with Dugu Kanjing. Ling Xiao did not stop them. Instead, he deliberately made the beasts open a path for them. Among these people, the only one he was wary of was Dugu Kanjing. With Dugu Kanjing gone, the rest were merely fish on the chopping board for him to deal with. In the terrifying beast horde, the martial artists fell to the ground one by one, their corpses trampled into pieces. However, there were still a few people who were more difficult to deal with. Mo Fei, Hua Yuanzi, Xiongben, and Yu Fei. These guys had killed many beasts. Ling Xiao frowned and used the sword light steps to suddenly charge into the enemy formation. One sword to take Yu Fei's head, one punch to blow up Hua Yuanzi's head. Using the beast horde, he could kill them in one blow. Don't kill me. I surrender. I'm willing to work for you. Mo Fei did not want to die. He was a dignified martial artist of 10,000 countries who came here from afar for the God-themed token. Now that he did not obtain the God-themed token, how could he be willing to die here? It's too late. I gave you a chance. Ling Xiao showed no mercy and pierced Mo Fei's throat. After he killed these experts one after another, the martial artists had completely lost their minds. About half an hour later, the martial artists from the other 8 factions were all wiped out. As for Ling Xiao, he was unharmed. Thank you for your hard work. Go back. Chapter 3274. Now that there were no more pursuers, Ling Xiao could return to the Dragon Elephant tribe. In the distance, the white-clothed messenger looked at the black-clothed messenger and said, "This is your arrangement? You probably didn't expect him to be able to control those demonic beasts, right?" "No, although I'm surprised. This is not my arrangement." The black-clothed messenger shook his head and said, "Let that kid be proud for a while. Soon, the fiend god token in his hand will no longer belong to him." "Is that so?" Although the black-clothed messenger was very confident, the white-clothed messenger had a strange feeling. That Ling Xiao was definitely not as easy to deal with as he imagined. Ling Xiao naturally didn't know that the 2 messengers were discussing him. After leaving the Sun Island, he sped up and flew towards the Dragon Elephant tribe. On the way, he didn't stop at all. If he was tired, he would eat recovery pills. After all, he had plenty of them. The reason why he didn't stop was because he always felt unsafe in his heart. There was always a sense of danger lingering in his heart. Therefore, he thought that only when he reached the Dragon Elephant tribe, his old nest, would this sense of danger disappear. But what surprised him was that even with his speed, he still couldn't get rid of the danger. Instead, he felt that the danger was getting closer and closer. He furrowed his brows and suddenly descended. He couldn't bring the danger back to the Dragon Elephant tribe. This was his immediate thought. Since you're here, come out. He coldly looked in the direction where there was no one. Although there was no one there, Ling Xiao could clearly feel that there was a murderous aura being released from that place. This murderous aura was very faint. It was obvious that the other party had deliberately concealed it, but it couldn't escape his sense of smell. Ever since he obtained the beast god's soul, his sense of smell was much stronger than most people. Hee, I didn't expect you to be able to detect my presence. It seems that your martial spirit is very powerful. Amidst the cold laughter, a person walked out from the darkness. He was dressed in black and even had a hood on his head. It was impossible to tell whether he was male or female and what he looked like. The voice was also changed. It was neither male nor female. It was very difficult to identify. Shadow martial spirit. Although it's not the first time I've seen such a martial spirit, your attainment in the shadow martial spirit is higher than anyone I've seen. Ling Xiao saw a faint shadow appear behind the man in black. This martial spirit was most suitable for assassination. When one cultivated to a certain level, one could completely merge with one's own shadow, making it difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. Oh, you can even see through my martial soul? He's not simple. That person was somewhat surprised. What's so strange about that? I also know that you're a woman, and an extremely ugly one at that. You don't dare to let others see your face, so you've covered it up. I also know that you were asked by someone to deal with me, right? Is it the black-robed devil envoy? The reason why he asked this question was because when he was at the tea party of gods and devils, he had sensed that the black-clothed devil envoy seemed to have some prejudice against him and had been releasing malice towards him. Since you already know, then you deserve to die even more. The female warrior's voice returned to its original state, which sounded very hoarse. Die? It's not certain who will die. Ling Xiao laughed coldly. He did not give his opponent a chance to retaliate. He immediately transformed into the unbounded heavenly rat and took out the Ice Supreme Sword. Solar Fist. Annihilation Divine Sword. Naturally, he had stolen the Solar Fist from the Golden Youth. However, Ling Xiao did not use it to attack. Instead, he released a bright golden light to prevent his opponent from seeing anything. Then, his most powerful annihilation Divine Sword followed. A peak general-level martial art coupled with his unbounded, heavenly rat beast soul transformation. He stabbed out with his sword. The female assassin did not even have time to react before her throat was pierced by the sword. In a battle between experts, it was absolutely possible to seize the initiative and kill with one strike. Not all battles were evenly matched. This assassin's strength was stronger than Xiang Mofei's, and she was good at assassination. Once this guy used it, Ling Xiao felt that he might be in a lot of trouble. That was why he cut the Gordian knot and struck first to gain the upper hand, not giving his opponent a chance to make a move. You. The female assassin did not expect such an outcome until she died. Well, this is not the Shadow Martial Soul, but the Shadow Rabbit Martial Soul. Seeing the female assassin die, the martial soul gradually left her body. Ling Xiao hurriedly devoured the martial soul. The Shadow Rabbit was a very special demonic beast. Its combat strength was not strong, but it had the ability to control shadows. It just so happened that the Jade Rabbit on Ling Xiao's Rabbit God position was no longer of use. Now, it was just the right time to replace it. The Shadow Rabbit, coupled with his understanding of the profound meaning of shadow, would definitely become a trump card. Black-clothed demon envoy. Although, I don't know why you're targeting me. Since you've made a move, don't blame me for putting you on my blacklist. Let's wait and see. I'm not your match now, but soon I'll make you regret this. After glancing in the direction of the Sun Sea, Ling Xiao turned and left again. That sense of danger finally disappeared completely. Not long after he left, the black-clothed demon envoy and the white-clothed divine envoy appeared at the place where the female assassin died. Trash! You can't even deal with that kid. The black-clothed demon envoy's face was gloomy. If I could make a move, that kid would be nothing. Once you make a move, it means that you're breaking the rules. Master will definitely not let you go. Master should like such a genius very much. Unless you want to die, don't act recklessly. The white-clothed divine envoy reminded. I know, I'm just complaining. The black-clothed demon envoy said, unhappily, it seems that this kid really has the ability to restrain spirits and dispatch generals. This guy's shadow rabbit martial spirit was taken away. It should be. After all, I've never heard of the beast god's soul having such an ability. The white-clothed divine envoy finally stopped suspecting that Ling Xiao had the beast god's soul. Instead, he confirmed that Ling Xiao had the secret technique to restrain spirits and dispatch generals. What is the background of this kid? The black-clothed demon envoy was a little worried. He was afraid that there was a powerful figure behind Ling Xiao. If that was the case, he really had to be careful. I don't know, but he definitely knows the martial artists of the immortal court continent. The white-clothed divine envoy said. So I suggest that you don't provoke him for the time being. If you really piss him off and lure out the person behind him, I'm afraid that neither of us will be able to return alive. That's impossible. If I can't get the god-devil token, how can I explain it to the dragon mother of the myriad countries? The black-clothed demon envoy was very stubborn. Explain? She still dares to ask you to explain? The white-clothed divine envoy mocked. She can't do anything to you. All right. Is it that difficult to admit your failure? That's right. I'm just unhappy. A little trash from a corner actually ruined my plan. If I don't take the god-devil token from him, I swear I won't give up. The black-clothed demon envoy said coldly. Then you take care of yourself. I'll be leaving first. The white-clothed divine envoy saw the madness in the black-clothed demon envoy's eyes. She didn't want to be implicated. Chapter 3275. A Woman's View. The black-clothed emissary snorted coldly and disappeared from where he was. Ling Xiao had already returned to the dragon elephant tribe. Jian Fulong was one step ahead of him and had already told everyone everything that had happened over the Sun Ocean. When Ling Xiao returned to the dragon elephant tribe, those people looked at him like he was a god. Killed Sunbird? This is something that the martial artists in the past wouldn't even dare to think about. Defeated all the experts at the Tea of Gods and Demons and obtained the god and demon token. This is a miracle. The martial artists of our Sword Dynasty would never dare to provoke the martial artists of the other 8 forces. The world is changing indeed. Duga Beijian was possessed and Sunbird was killed. These were the strongest of the Sword Dynasty in the past. Now they are all dead. Our emperor is definitely the trendsetter of this era. He is truly gifted. Even among the forces of the 9 Supremes, he is definitely not weak. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock and admiration. Since Ling Xiao came to the Sword Dynasty, he had been creating miracles one after another. In the beginning, although they supported Ling Xiao's so-called unification of the Sword Dynasty and the 9 Supremes on the surface, they were still worried in their hearts. But now, they completely believed that Ling Xiao was not joking. The words he said and the things he did had already shown his ambition and ability. It was not a castle in the sky, but something that could really be realized. All right, stop praising me. I have only done something small. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, now that the 3 god and demon tokens have been obtained, it is time to consider the matter of going to the immemorial divine tomb. However, I have not been in the Nine Supremes for long, so I have no understanding of the forces of the Nine Supremes. If you know, you can tell me so that I won't be confused in the future. Emperor still wants to go to the immemorial divine tomb. The dragon elephant emperor frowned. Why? Can I go? Ling Xiao asked. Although it is the same old story, I really don't recommend Emperor to take the risk of going to the immemorial divine tomb. I believe Emperor knows how dangerous that place is. You are only 16 years old in the first transition. I'll be 17 soon. Even 17 years old is still too young. Considering how strong you are, you could easily defeat 5th Division Life Seizers. Of course, I'm sure the Emperor knows that. 5th Division Life Seizers were the weakest of the geniuses in the other 8 organizations. The immemorial divine tomb was the gathering of all the geniuses and masters of the Nine Supremes. It could be said to be the gathering of the Nine Supremes. Not only were there geniuses from all walks of life, but there were also old monsters from all walks of life fighting to appear on stage. 6th, 7th, or even 8th or 9th Division life seizing were all possible. To put it bluntly, with your strength, I'm afraid that you'll be killed if you go in, considering how terrifyingly talented you are. If you wait another year, you'll probably reach the 9th Division of life seizing. At that time, he would have the ability to protect himself when he entered the immemorial divine tomb. Isn't that great? The dragon-esque emperor's words made sense to ordinary people. The immemorial divine tomb was an opportunity, but it was also a graveyard for cultivators. There were more failures than successes there. Not only did they have to face all kinds of terrifying natural environments, they still had to face ferocious demonic beasts. What's more, he had to face the life and death struggles and plots between martial artists. Even if a 5th Division life sizer tried to fight him, they would likely die quickly, unless they got lucky. That was why the dragon-esque emperor had made such a suggestion. That's exactly what I was thinking, Sword Phoenix said. There's no need to throw your life away for the sake of a moment's anger. Given your talent, you'll definitely be strong enough to reach the peak of the 9 Supremes in a year's time. When that time comes, you'll be much safer. What you're saying makes sense, Yang Qi said, shaking his head. Ling Xiao shook his head. Actually, I've already done some research. There's never been a 9th Division life sizer in the Western domain. In other words, the magical laws of this region don't allow 9th Division life seizers to appear. As far as I'm concerned, I should be able to reach the 9th Division in a few months. Furthermore, the immemorial divine tomb will take at least a year to reopen. Wouldn't I be wasting the rest of my time? 4 top geniuses. Wasting a few months would be a huge loss. I have a reason to get stronger in the shortest time possible. For me, the 9th Division life sizer is just a small goal. My goal is to reach the reincarnation God realm, and then continue to get stronger. In the near future, there are still people waiting for me in the Palace of Eternal Life. Even if I'm late, things could change. In the distant future, I once swore that I would unify the mystic world and repeat the feats of the human king. How could I be afraid of a little danger? Go to the Palace of Eternal Life to save people? Unify the mystic world. Such bold and visionary words scared everyone out of their wits. The Palace of Eternal Life was the pinnacle of the Black Tortoise Continent. It had been there ever since the Black Tortoise Continent had been separated, and the experts there were terrifying beyond compare. This exalted monarch actually wanted to go to the Palace of Eternal Life to save people. He really had guts. That was already frightening enough. He wanted to unify the mystic world. That would be hundreds of times more difficult than going to the Palace of Eternal Life to save people. In other words, he would have to defeat the 7 sovereign lords and the King of Sovereigns. In the past, they would have thought that Ling Xiao was crazy. But now, after the initial shock, they didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Ling Xiao was the true child of miracles. Was there a miracle he couldn't create? Ha 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 ha. Looks like we've been too short-sighted. The dragon mammoth emperor laughed heartily. AI, ordinary people can't see the future of geniuses. It's their talent that limits our imagination. The golden phoenix sword emperor sighed. Today, he finally understood what it meant to be a genius. There were some things that ordinary people didn't even dare to think about, but geniuses didn't just think about them. They did. Now, no one is against me going to the primeval god, Necropolis, right? Don't worry. There's still a month before the primeval god Necropolis opens. During this time, I'll take the Sword Dynasty under my wing. Whether it's Dugu Kanjing or Murong Qi, if they dare to oppose me, I'll kill them. Ling Xiao had already come up with a plan and was working on it step by step. Now that he had 3 god tokens, he didn't need to look for Dugu Kanjing and Murong Qi. Those 2 would naturally come to him. When that time came, it would be the start of the final battle. We won't object. We're proud of the monarch's great talent and strategy. We'll definitely cooperate with you. The dragon mammoth emperor nodded and said, the monarch asked about the 9 Supreme's forces just now. We can tell you what we know now. Strictly speaking, the 9 Supremes should be the 4 major forces. Please speak. Chapter 3276. Just as the monarch said, the western region of the Black Tortoise Continent is a place where criminals are exiled. Among these criminals, after the more powerful existences came here, they pulled together a group of people and established their own forces. They are Ling Long Palace, Mysterious Snake Demon Sect, Heavenly King Sect, and 7-Star Sword Palace. These 4 sects are also known as the Avenging Alliance. They dream that one day they can pass through the forbidden land of death, the Archean Divine Tomb, go to their respective forces, and take back everything that belongs to them. Unfortunately, their descendants do not live up to their expectations. The Avenging Alliance is now obsessed with fighting for the control of the Western region and has no intention to do other things. Listening to what you said, these 4 sects are actually allies, right? Ling Xiao asked. Yes, if they don't form an alliance, it will be difficult for them to resist the Sky Empire, Soul Hall, and Wan Country. Emperor Dracophant nodded. Wait, I have heard of Soul Hall and Wan Country. What's the situation with the Sky Empire? Ling Xiao asked curiously. Sigh, the Sky Empire has now been divided into the Sword Empire, Ice Empire, and Fire Empire because they took in a group of prisoners in the past, but those prisoners plotted against the Emperor of the Sky Empire and took away a part of the experts to establish the Heavenly King Sect. The Sky Empire has been divided because of this. As of now, the Sword Empire, Ice Empire, and Fire Empire are still allies and are of the same origin. It is said that the missing prince of the Sky Empire has appeared, and he is the one who instigated the merger of the 3 empires. Emperor Dracophant explained. There's such a thing? Is the Sky Empire a native force of the Western region? Ling Xiao asked. That's right. What about Wan Country and Soul Hall? Ling Xiao asked. Soul Hall is a very mysterious and terrifying existence. Although there are all kinds of experts in the force, the top experts are almost all Soul Clan martial artists without exception. The origin of Soul Hall is very mysterious. It seems that it suddenly appeared in the Western region and rose in the chaos of the other forces. After that, it became unstoppable and became one of the 9 Supremes. It did not form an alliance with anyone, but it is extremely powerful. Emperor Dracophant replied. As for Wan Country, it comes from the bottom of the sea and belongs to the Sea Clan. It was rumored that the Dragon Mother had brought a group of sea race to the western regions and established her own country. ruling over 10,000 countries. Humans have a very low status in Tato land, except for a few humans like the Dragon Elephant clan who rely on the Dragon Mother. The rest are basically slaves. Tato land is also very powerful. Moreover, it is close to the stormy ocean. We can attack and retreat. It will not be easy to take it down. The Soul Race, the Sea Race, the Celestial Dynasty, and the Alliance of Vengeance. These people's opponents are really strong. Just listening to them makes me tremble. Ling Xiao said with a smile, "Emperor, stop joking. I can't tell what you're afraid of at all." Everyone was speechless. If it were anyone else, they would probably be scared out of their wits upon hearing that there were so many powerful enemies. However, not only was Ling Xiao not afraid, he seemed to be quite excited. The strong are as numerous as the forest. It just so happens that this is my experience bag. Let me quickly increase my strength. Ling Xiao sneered. He could imagine the crazy scene after entering the Archean Divine Tomb. Furthermore, it wasn't just the four major powers. Perhaps there were even more terrifying forces in the Archean Divine Tomb. For example, who was the master of the God-Devil emissaries? And why had he issued the God-Devil decree? Was he a friend or foe? All of that would have to wait until he entered the Archean Divine Tomb to find out. Right now, what Ling Xiao needed to do was to take control of the Sword Dynasty in a down-to-earth manner. Even with the heaven-defying, God-exterminating sword, his cultivation base was still too weak. At the very least, he needed to be in the 4th division of life-seizing to be confident in defeating Dugu Kanjing. All right, let's end the conversation here. Everyone, go about your business. I'm going to go cultivate. I learned a lot from my trip to the Sun Sea. Hopefully, I can achieve a breakthrough. Remember, if there's anything you can't handle, let me know. Don't be stubborn, especially if Dugu Kanjing and Murong Qi show up. Don't try to fight them. I'll take care of everything. After finishing his sentence, Ling Xiao turned around and left. He entered the cultivation room, specially prepared for him by the Dragon Elephant Division to cultivate. It was only a day. Ling Xiao's prophecy had come true. Dugu Kanjing and Murong Qi led the Sword God Hall's army into action. They attacked the borders of the Kingdom of the Eight Immortals. As the strongest person in the Kingdom of the Eight Immortals, Jian Fulong naturally went to fight. Everyone tacitly agreed not to inform Ling Xiao about it. They knew that Ling Xiao wasn't a match for Dugu Kanjing yet. If he went out to fight, it might delay his cultivation. What they needed to do now was buy time for Ling Xiao to achieve a breakthrough. When that time came, the true battle would begin. The two armies faced off. Both sides had more than 1 million people. However, the large-scale battle hadn't broken out yet. However, the air was already filled with an extremely tense atmosphere. Dugu Kanjing sat in a huge war chariot at the front of the army. Murong Qi stood next to him. Next to him was Eunuch Gao and a mysterious masked man. The mysterious man's aura wasn't any weaker than Dugu Kanjing's. He was clearly a terrifying person. This made Jian Fulong frown. Dugu Kanjing wasn't easy to deal with. Now that he had such a powerful helper, even Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to stop him. That was bad. Tell Ling Xiao to get out here. Dugu Kanjing shouted. His voice was like a clap of thunder on the opposite side. Everyone's expression didn't look too good. Although Jian Fulong's strength had increased a little after the battle at the Tea Party of Divines and Demons, it was already good enough that he could block 200 moves from Dugu Kanjing. The others, like the Golden Phoenix Sword Emperor and the Dragonesque Elephant Emperor, could only help from the side to deal with those small fries. They were definitely no match for Dugu Kanjing or Murong Qi. It seemed like the two armies were facing off, but it was actually a secret battle between experts. Lord Black, You don't have to come. The only true experts in the dragonesque elephant tribe are Ling Xiao and Jian Fulong. Neither of them is a match for me. Dugu Kanjing looked at the masked man with some fear and said, You go first. If you succeed, then that's great. If you fail, then I'll go first just in case. The man's voice was very hoarse. He had obviously used a voice-changing technique and didn't want to reveal his true identity. All right, then we'll listen to Lord Black. Dugu Kanjing wasn't completely confident in his heart. Ling Xiao's existence was always a hidden danger. Moreover, Ling Xiao had a terrifying little golden bird as his helper. Dugu Kanjing had suffered at the hands of that little golden bird before. Otherwise, he would have been able to take Ling Xiao's head outside Sword God City. Today, with Lord Black here, not only was he going to kill Ling Xiao and that little bird, but he was also going to obtain all 3 God Fiend tokens. Others were afraid of the immemorial divine tomb, but he, Dugu Kanjing, had been there before, and he had returned alive. Only he knew what kind of place it was. Chapter 3277. Don't underestimate the enemy. That Ling Xiao isn't easy to deal with. Lord He said coldly, Lord He, you worry too much. Ling Xiao only played a little trick at the tea party of fiend gods. He's definitely not my opponent. Dugu Kanjing was very confident. Because Ling Xiao played a little trick at the tea party of fiend gods, it meant that he knew that he was inferior to him. This was also the reason why he attacked the 8 Immortals' empire so quickly. If they didn't fight for a long time, who knew how terrifying Ling Xiao would become? Looking at the 3 people opposite him, Jian Fulong's face didn't look good. With his strength, he could only defeat Morong Qi. The other 2 were definitely not his opponent. However, he could not fight. The enemy came too quickly, and obviously didn't want to give Ling Xiao a chance to increase his strength. Therefore, he had to stall for time, no matter what. He had to stall until Ling Xiao came out of seclusion. Dragonesque Emperor, Golden Phoenix Sword Emperor, listen up. Don't make a move. I'll face this battle alone. The enemy is too strong, and you're definitely not his opponent. Once the battle starts, immediately retreat into the formation. Ling Xiao's formation is still there. It should be able to resist for a while. When Jian Fulong said this, he felt a lot more relaxed. After coming out of the bloodthirsty sword tomb, he originally wanted to take revenge on Dugu Beijian, and then lead the Devil Dragon Sword Court to unify the Sword Dynasty. However, what happened next caught him off guard. He actually gave up his initial plan and was willing to work for a young martial artist. From that moment on, he was ready to sacrifice himself for that young man, because he knew that only that young man could change the current situation of the Sword Dynasty and even the entire Western region. Big brother! Jian 18's face was heavy. He had just rescued his daughter not long ago. Was he going to lose his big brother again? Haha, don't be sad. My life was originally picked up. Even if I lose it, it's not worth feeling pity. Jian Fulong smiled and said, Death, some are heavier than a mountain, and some are lighter than a feather. Dying for the emperor, dying for the future of the Sword Dynasty, I have no regrets. Why don't we just call Ling Xiao out? Falling Moon suggested. Since he told us to notify him in the event of an unforeseen event, it means that he has the confidence to defeat the enemy. Falling Moon, you're still too young. Haven't you noticed? That child had been silently enduring everything by herself. He placed all the burdens on his shoulders. He only said that because he didn't want us to sacrifice ourselves. I'm already so old. If I can do something for him before I die, it'll be the greatest honor of my life. As expected, Jian Fulong was shrewd and ruthless. He could even see through Ling Xiao's thoughts. Because of this, he did not send anyone to inform Ling Xiao. Now that Ling Xiao had come out, all their previous efforts would have been for naught. If things went wrong, everyone would have to die here. Big brother. Senior. In the entire Eight Immortals kingdom, the most respected person was naturally Ling Xiao. But at the same time, Jian Fulong was also respected. He was powerful, and he was a great senior. Many people were his juniors. Damn it, if only I was stronger. Sword Emperor Golden Phoenix gritted his teeth, feeling very depressed. As a third division life-sizer, he couldn't even defeat Murong Qi, much less Dugu Kanjing. What a pity, Dragon Elephant King said, shaking his head. The Dragon Elephant Emperor shook his head and said, "We can only rely on Jian Fulong to stall for time." Hey, don't be so depressed, guys. I'm not dead yet. Jian Fulong laughed. There are plenty of ways to buy time. That's all. Besides, before the monarch went into seclusion, he gave me something that might give me a bit of hope. The thing he was referring to was none other than the magical treasure that Ling Xiao had won at the Tea of Gods and Devils. It could withstand dozens of attacks from a 5th division life-sizer. Although it wouldn't be enough to defeat the enemy, it would definitely be enough to buy time. There's something strange going on, Dugu Kanjing said. Ling Xiao doesn't seem to be here. Dugu Kanjing said with a frown when he sensed the battle intent released by the Eight Immortals Empire. It's good that he doesn't come out, Murong Qi said. Let's kill Jian Fulong first. You're right. I've already taken control of the gigantic devil puppet for you. You'll be in charge of controlling it. You lost to that old codger at the Tea of Gods and Devils, so let's get some face back. Dugu Kanjing looked over at Murong Qi. After all, they had already discussed how to fight. Dugu Kanjing would do his best to maintain his fighting prowess and fight it out with Ling Xiao. If Ling Xiao died, the Eight Immortals Kingdom would be defeated. That was very important. As for Jian Fulong, Murong Qi, who had the gigantic devil puppet, would take care of him. The exalted black wouldn't interfere and would only watch from the sidelines. When the time came, he would intervene. What's there to be afraid of? If worse comes to worst, we'll just fight. All of a sudden, a voice rang out from the crowd. It was Dragamomoth. Brother Ling saved my life, Dragamomoth said. For the sake of his dreams, I'll break my head and bleed my blood. He let out a roar that sounded like the roar of a Dragamomoth. That's right. Let's fight. Dragon Dawn said, stepping forward. Dying for my lord is my dream. Cold Plum said, stepping forward. Although these two geniuses weren't as strong as Dragamomoth, and the others, they were far stronger than Dragamomoth. But now, they were catching up to them. Both of them were in the 2nd stratum of the life-seizing level, and considering their latent talent, they were strong enough to defeat 3rd stratum life-seizers. Originally, they were second only to Ling Xiao in terms of latent talent. One was a true golden dragon, and the other was a rare genius who had inherited the legacy of Bai Qi, the god of slaughter, from Ling Xiao. If they had access to resources from the beginning, their cultivation bases would have been much higher. Fight! 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 His loud and clear voice reverberated in the empty battlefield. The roar of the million-strong army shook the heavens. They would rather die than submit. They would not desert. This was an army that was united as a fortress. Fine, Jian Fulong said. I won't stop you. If you want to fight, let's fight. Together, we'll defend this hard-won glory. Jian Fulong laughed. With such a group of people behind him, he had nothing to worry about. Right now, all he needed to do was buy time, and if possible, defeat Murong Qi and her gigantic devil puppet. What a powerful energy! What a terrifying sword, Will. I'm afraid Jian Fulong is about to break through. Lord Black said coldly, I never would have guessed that he would gain enlightenment at a time like this. It seems the pressure you put on him has become his motivation. Humph! Let's kill him before he breaks through. Murong Chi snorted coldly, waving a command flag in her hand. A moment later, the gigantic devil puppet tore through space and crawled out into the open. It was enormous and emanated a rotting stench that caused the nearby Sword King Dynasty cultivators to choke. "Kill that old bastard," Murong Chi ordered, and the gigantic devil puppet flew up into the air. Then it slammed into Jian Fulong. "Humph, you're just a pile of bones. How dare you think you can defeat me, Jian Fulong?"